Good evening. I will now call our regular board meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, October 28th, and the time is 5:32 p.m. Clerk Delgado, will you please conduct roll call?
Yes, President Lacaretti.
Here.
Trustee Zhang. Here. Trustee Delgado, present. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the community outreach specialists please introduce themselves?
Thank you, Madam President Lacaretti. Buenas tardes a todos. Si usted nos está viendo en persona o virtualmente y usted habla español y necesita interpretación, le podemos proveer interpretación si lo necesita. Gracias.
Thank you. ไปออลมาหมวงอันนี้ที่ไม่พิจารณามองอีบัวอีมวนฉลางสก็ไม่เชื่อมจะฟังว่าเป็นเมียว่านะบัวอีบัวแทงตัวนี้โอ้แรงจริง
Thank you. Nhớ rằng yếu trong độ xuân học xuất từ giờ đã có học sai sai bé nhớ cho hú sự đông hiệu nó là bộ lúc trong sĩ thản nó họ sáng tờ số hà lưu là yếu mua lưu tháp chỉ là bé yên mua mong sai lưu giờ đã có học sáng tàu. Và chẳng tàu, thank you, Madam President.
Thank you to our community outreach specialists. For those who are with us virtually and would like to make a public comment regarding any closed session items, please call 1-669-900-6833 and enter or select meeting ID number 880-3612-8852. You will be placed in a virtual waiting room until the moderator of the meeting provides access to the live meeting. For those here in person, please stand behind the podium to make your public comment, state your name for the record, share your comment, and/or identify which agenda item you're addressing and comment. The board will now adjourn to closed session to discuss agenda items: A, public employee appointment, reassignment, discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, Government Code Section 54957, conference with labor negotiator Tamara Ferrerio, pursuant to Education Code 54957.6 regarding negotiations with Merced City Teachers Association and California School Employees Association, CSEA Chapter 530. Item C, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Performance Evaluation Superintendent. Item D, Education Code 35146, Student Expulsion Number 2, 2025-26. Item E, Education Code 35146, Student Expulsion Number 3, 2025-26. At this time in the meeting, the public is invited to comment on items within the board subject matter jurisdiction in accordance with board policy on the items listed for the closed session only. Comments from members of the public shall not exceed 3 minutes per individual or a total of 20 minutes unless a majority of the board waives timelines. Mr. Hurd, do we have any callers for closed session items?
Madam President, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Do we have any in-person comments? Seeing none, before we adjourn to closed session, let the record reflect that Trustee Brooks arrived at 5:34 p.m. Okay, we are now adjourning to closed session at 5:35 p.m. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Hello. Sorry for the delay. We apologize, but we had a few things to talk about, and we welcome to your board meeting. I will now call the meeting to order. The time is 7:21 p.m. Will the community outreach specialists please introduce themselves?
Thank you, Madam President Lackeretti. Buenas noches a todos. Si usted nos está viendo en persona o virtualmente y necesita interpretación, le podemos proveer interpretación. Gracias.
Thank you. ไปออลมัมหวังอันนี้ที่ไม่เป็นตามมองอีบัวอีมวนฉลางสก็ไม่เชื่อมจะฟังว่าเป็นเมียนว่าเนาะทุกจัดไฟกินเมียนสก็ไม่เชื่อมจะฟีรังจิ้วทนนะจัดแชทโอแปลงจริง
Thank you. Nhớ trong số liên hợp số tụ giờ ta có họ sai sai bé họ sáng tàu kế chạy lù hạ ô lù mong chỉ tụ vô được buộc họ sẽ shit thằng nó thọ sai lù bận cứ nhớ cho hồ căn trong trang cái được cái lại screen a click trong đó họ cứ sau hoa tầm mong là giờ có mua lù nút lót chỉ là sáng tờ số hai lù lót chỉ là cái một tàu trong đó họ chat cứ nhớ trong đó cái lại screen ở trong đó. Thank you, Madam President Lackeretti.
Thank you to our community outreach specialist. Clerk Delgado, can you please conduct roll call?
President Lackeretti.
Here.
Trustee Brooks.
Here.
Trustee Zhang. Here. Trustee McCutcheon. Here. And Trustee Delgado present. Thank you.
Also let the record reflect that Trustee McCutcheon came into a closed session 5:30. We will now salute the flag led by Clerk Delgado. We have no students.
Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We have no items to report from closed session. Public speaking information. In-person comments will be taken during public comment period to enable public comment and translation services. This time is for general public comments and comments on any specific agenda item, should you choose not to wait until the agenda item comes up. If you choose to speak to a specific agenda item during the public comment period, you will not be able to speak to the agenda item again when it comes up later in the meeting. I will announce when we're ready to open for public comment. For those here in person, please stand behind the podium to make your public comment. When it is your turn, state your name for the record, share your comment, and/or identify which agenda item you're addressing in comment. You will have 3 minutes to address the board. To maximize community input, we may exercise the right to reduce the per speaking time if necessitated by a large number of speakers. For those who are with us virtually and would like to make a public comment, please call 1-669-900-6833 and enter or select meeting ID number 880-3612-8852. You will be placed in a virtual waiting room until the moderator provides access to the live meeting. Before we begin today's meeting, we would like to take a moment to honor the memory of Vera Macias, who faithfully served our district community at Don Stoll Elementary School from 1997 to 2014. Throughout her years as a recreational leader and noon duty supervisor, she worked closely with our students on the playground and around campus, ensuring their safety and well-being each day. Her dedication and care touched the lives of many students and staff. We invite you now to join us in a moment of silence to remember Ms. Vera Macias. Thank you. We now move on to presentations and awards. Employee of the Month recognition, Superintendent Stocking. He's coming to the rescue.
Thank you. We are very excited to honor two of our employees. The first one is the Certificate of Recognition for Certificated Employee of the Month for October 2025. We have Mary Howell. Mary Howell is an incredible educator who goes above and beyond to ensure every student feels valued, supported, and inspired to reach their full potential. For nearly 30 years, Ms. Howell has been a dedicated mentor to students and a wonderful colleague to her peers. Her commitment, compassion, and lasting impact make her an invaluable asset to our district. Let's honor Mary Howell. Mary, if you'll please come up. And if you'd like to say a couple words, that's up to you.
Do we go and stand here so that they can take? We'll stand here.
Our next certificate of recognition is for our Classified Employee of the Month, October 2025. This certificate is for Lisa Hoffman. Lisa Hoffman, yes. Lisa Hoffman is a fantastic instructional assistant who goes above and beyond to support her students each day. With patience, creativity, and kindness, she meets every challenge with a servant's heart, always returning to her class with open arms and unwavering love. A true pillar of Chenoweth, Lisa's compassion and dedication to students with special needs makes her an invaluable member of the MCSD family.
Communications, Merced City Teachers Association. Ms. Puss.
Good evening. Yes, good choices, both wonderful, wonderful employees. Okay, good evening. So we often hear our superintendent refer to our district's 3 priorities as safety, literacy, and relationships. Though we tend to talk about them as 3 separate entities, in reality, they are all connected. We cannot successfully do our jobs and serve our students if any of them are broken or absent. We are a school district. Our job is to educate students. When they leave us at the end of 8th grade, they should be proficient in reading, writing, and mathematics. However, one look at our CAS scores will tell you that we are not sending them out into the world of high school and beyond prepared for their secondary education. When more than half of our students are not proficient in ELA and math, we owe it to them and our community to look deeply and realistically at what we are and are not doing. If literacy is truly a priority, then we need to admit that we are in a crisis mode and we need to take immediate action to fix it. Many of our MCSD educators, classroom teachers, support staff, administrators, we have all been pushing for reading reform for years. It has taken us almost 5 years to begin to shift from balanced literacy to structured literacy. The Literacy Committee was instrumental in addressing 2 of the 5 fundamental pillars of structured literacy, phonemic awareness and phonics, by equipping our primary teachers with foundational literacy programs, Haggerty and UFly. These programs provide explicit direct instruction to our students in TK through 2nd grade. However, the only training that has been offered to teachers has been voluntary. As a result, not all teachers are using this curriculum. Some are using it sparingly, and others may not have even opened the box. They are not to blame, because just like many initiatives, there is no follow-through. Without professional development for these teachers, that will happen during the contract day, these programs will not be used to fidelity, and once again, will the focus to our upper grade students and teachers this year by providing support in the other 3 pillars of structured literacy: fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension. My hopes have been dashed, though. If we can't even implement Heggerty and UFly, what chance do we have of being successful with the rest of the reading rope? Until there is a sense of urgency and a true focus on literacy, we will not meet the needs of our students and community. And as I said earlier, the 3 priorities cannot be looked at as separate entities because it is well known that students and teachers must feel safe in their environments before any learning can occur. That is why we must take immediate action to address the extreme behaviors that we are witnessing daily on our campuses. I did attend the district's PBIS meeting on Monday morning, along with many other certificated and classified staff, principals, directors, and CDS staff members. I do believe we had a productive morning, and my hope is that we can continue to work toward real answers and solutions. It will not be quick and or easy, but it is imperative that we see it through. So much depends on it if we are truly going to be able to do our jobs of educating children. You will continue to hear from staff tonight. They deserve to be heard. I hope you listen with empathy and a willingness to act. This is how relationships are built. We need to trust that our administration has the best interest of all students and staff at heart. Otherwise, the goal of providing the best education possible to our students will sadly not come to fruition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. CSEA President, is Jason Adams here? Or any representatives from CSEA? Okay, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everybody. My name is Yvonne Noriega. I am the first Vice President of CSEA, and I would just like to say thank you for our negotiating team right now is doing amazing. I just want to just say thank you to our team and our district team as well. We're taking everything little by little, step by step, but everything seems going pretty fairly well. Just wanted to say thank you for all you guys do for our team, and excuse me, and our classified members as well. Just kudos to everybody, and keep doing for our students, for our staff, and we're one team. So just keep on pushing. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. The public is now invited to comment on items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board or a particular agenda item. Topics not on the agenda which are brought to the board's attention may be investigated by the superintendent, and a report may be made to the board either publicly or privately at a future meeting. State law prohibits the board from acting at this meeting on any matter raised during the public comment period. Comments from members of the public shall not exceed 3 minutes on an item or 20 minutes per item unless a majority of the board waives timelines. The board respects the rights of members of the public to speak to the board regarding matters on the agenda and other matters within the jurisdiction of the board. Mr. Hurd, do we have any callers?
Madam President, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Do we have any in-person public comments? Please proceed. And
Michelle Delgado.
Good evening, Superintendent Stocking. Before I begin, I want to make it clear that this is a request for help, not criticism. It is not my intention to place blame on anyone, nor will I use the pandemic as an excuse. This issue runs far deeper. After 35 years in education, it saddens me to stand here tonight asking for help on behalf of so many of my colleagues but here I am. Safety is one of our district's main focuses this year. Unfortunately, we are not living up to that goal. And I say this not just for my 2 sites, but for many schools across the district. Safety in our classrooms cannot be overstated. It is the foundation for effective learning, emotional well-being, and positive social development. Yet too often, we have 19 to 25 students held hostage by the disruptive behavior of one child. Entire classes are forced to evacuate and watch as their classroom, their safe space, is destroyed. They see adults rushing to contain one child. They become witnesses and at times victims of verbal and physical aggression. For many students, their classroom is their home. Watching it be torn apart is painful. Their sense of safety has been compromised, and that is not acceptable. Imagine watching $500,000 worth of our district payroll walking one student to class. The other students see this. They understand what's happening. What message are we sending when one student receives constant attention while others lose out on their learning? Every school in our district has a slogan. At my 2 sites, we soar and we roar. We teach responsibility, respect, and self-discipline. Yet one outburst can lead to screams echoing through the halls, profanity, and even physical harm. This needs to stop. It is not okay. Every child must be held accountable for their actions. A culture of safety builds respect and caring. When students feel safe, they can learn without fear of harm, bullying, or unexpected evacuations. Think of the instructional time we are losing due to these disruptions. Teachers across this district have requested radios or walkie-talkies for their classrooms, but are told they must be purchased through site funds. Why? Radios are not a luxury, they are a necessity. In a crisis, when the office cannot be reached due to short staffing or another emergency, immediate communication can make all the difference. These behaviors, the chaos, the disruptions are happening not only in our district, but in districts across our state. And that is an embarrassing truth. Students who cause repeated harm or destruction should not immediately return to the classroom, nor should they be placed in another teacher's room during suspension. We cannot, sorry, I only have a couple more lines. We cannot risk the safety of 25 students for the sake of one. Every student, every staff member, and every teacher deserves to feel safe. Our children deserve to learn in peace. Your employees deserve to work without fear. All I am asking for, all we are asking for is help. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Sally Rawlings.
Good evening. My name is Sally Rawlings. I'm currently employed as a first grade teacher with the district. This evening, I am reading a letter on behalf of one of our members. I am the pre through first grade at large, so I am reading on behalf of Sarah Alexander, a first grade teacher at Rivera Elementary. Dear MCSD board members, I am writing to acknowledge the concerns that many of our teachers have voiced and to offer ideas that I feel will support both teachers and students. Over the past 20 years in early education, 8 within elementary classrooms, I have seen a significant increase in student dysregulation and trauma-related behaviors. I have felt the fear of being a new teacher, unsure if asking for help would be seen as weakness. I have seen classes unevenly distributed with high-need students and have witnessed our counseling and psychology teams work tirelessly despite overwhelming caseloads. These issues are real and widespread, but rather than focus only on the difficulties, I want to express a few ideas which may help. 1, implement a district-wide program such as the Heart Academy. Atwater Elementary School District has implemented a Heart Academy at each school site according to their website. The Heart program, Hope, Engagement, Achievement, Restoration, and Transition, provides a dedicated certificated teacher who supports students with behavioral and social emotional needs while continuing academic instruction. When a student becomes dysregulated and is impacting their own or others' learning, they can receive immediate support before the situation escalates. A program such as this could take pressure off of classroom teachers, front office staff, and our counseling teams. 2, Create balanced classrooms through intentional placement. At the end of each school year, teachers and administrators should collaborate to place students in balanced classrooms. This includes separating students who should not be placed together and distributing behavioral needs more equitably. Randomized classroom placement is no longer effective and can lead to inequity and even unsafe situations. Simply stated, classrooms built randomly by Aries are not working. 3, trust your teachers. Finally, I urge district leadership, site administrators, and the district office alike to trust your teachers. We are trained professionals who care deeply about our students and their families. When a teacher communicates that a student is unsafe or that a classroom environment is becoming harmful to learning, please believe us and respond with support and action. We want every child to succeed, and we need partnership to make that possible. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your commitment to the students and educators of MCSD. Sincerely, Sarah Alexander.
Thank you for her comments.
Jade Staples.
Good evening. My name is Jade Staples. I'm actually reading a letter for Brooke Fuller, a teacher who's been in this district for 14 years. She teaches kindergarten. Over the past few years, I've noticed a significant change. Many of our students are entering school without the social, emotional, or self-regulation skills needed to be successful in a classroom setting. We're seeing more aggression, defiance, and emotional outbursts than ever before. These behaviors don't just affect the child exhibiting them, they impact the entire class. They make it difficult for teachers to teach, for students to learn, and for classrooms to feel like safe, supportive spaces. In the 54 days we've been in this year, I've had my classroom torn apart multiple times. I've seen multiple students hit, kick, and bite. The resource teacher, the school counselor, the administrators, the school psychologist, the security liaison, and other students. I have been kicked by a student while trying to protect my students from an escalated situation. I've also had to evacuate my classroom so that a student can stay inside and continue throwing chairs all around our class. 20 students removed from their learning so that one student can continue doing destructive things to the learning environment with materials I have mostly paid for personally. As educators, we do everything we can. We build relationships, we teach with compassion, use behavior support strategies, communicate with families, and collaborate with the school teams. But the truth is, the level of need we're seeing now requires more support than a single teacher, counselor, admin team, or behavior clinician can provide. We also need consistent systems that hold students accountable. PBIS has seemed to increase student behaviors and proves to be extremely confusing to 5-year-olds when the destructive behavior is rewarded with toys, prizes, and candy. For the first time in my career, I have dreaded going to work every day. I dread knowing that when I get to work, my friends and coworkers and my students can be hurt or spit on. I dread knowing that I can't teach without being interrupted multiple times in a single lesson, to call the office to notify them a student is eloping, only to have the student return later with prizes that they've earned while being away from class. I dread hearing another one of my 5-year-old students saying, "Miss Fuller, I can't take this anymore," as they cover their ears over the screaming and banging of toys against the floor. My admin team has been nothing but supportive, proactive, and responsive to the behaviors, but when we reach out to the district for support, we are continually met with vague timelines and unclear and inconsistent processes from the district that do not resolve or support any of the challenges we are facing, along with empty commitments of meeting as a team to help resolve situations. I love my students, and I know they are capable of so much, but they need more help than we currently give them alone. I urge the board and the district to take a closer look at what's happening in our classrooms, to listen to the teachers who are on the front lines, and to be proactive in looking at ways to address these concerns. Thank you for your time, Brooke Fuller.
Thank you for your comment.
Michelle Taylor.
Michelle Taylor. Yeah.
I thought maybe there was another one. Good evening, President Lackretti, trustees, superintendent Stockings, and cabinet members. My name is Michelle Taylor, and I'm a fourth grade teacher at Peterson. 2 weeks ago, behavior was a big topic addressed by MCTA members at the podium. While there may not be as many people here tonight to discuss the topic, it is not a topic that we want pushed to the back burner. There are behavior issues that must be resolved in our district, and the time to act on your part is now. What can you do to help teachers in the classroom with these special students now? While we do need a committee that involves teachers and principals, board members, and a specialist that can come up with solutions, we need something now. PBIS is not a committee that can address our special friends. Thank you for allowing sites to have RJLs and campus security liaisons and counselors at each site. Thank you for our psychologists and our BCBAs. While these are such a positive influence to our sites, maybe checking in to see how the sites are using them and if the teachers feel that their use is helping in behavior. A clear description of each support staff should be shared with everyone and how they are to support the students at each site. While each site has access to these supports, not all sites use them effectively. Ask around to see what is working for a site. While we all need trauma-based training and trauma-based training for students that are affected by our special friends, what can be done now? Teachers and staff want to feel safe, protected, and supported. And while a big buzzword is equality among sites, let's make sure that all our sites have the same steps to follow. Design a flow chart for each site that states who a teacher is supposed to call in the event of a teacher needing immediate help. While I know things arise in the office and it can't be followed, have the staff come together to make a plan, and the principals have to be held accountable too. While one site has amazing admin and staff that work well together, another site does not. Check in with them, hold them accountable. All teachers should have radios, and specifically those that have our special behavior friends in their classes. And this should not be a site-funded expense. Safety is a top priority in our district, so show us. We have many new principals in our district and many new teachers and all those in between that need your help in keeping us safe. District personnel wants to know what is happening at our sites and claim that they don't see the data or reports on our special friends. Maybe making a document that when a class is cleared or student is removed, a form is filled out by the teacher and it goes somewhere that will get to the top so that more than just the site lead is informed. Let's be honest, not all behaviors are documented. And if you think they are, let me tell you, they're not. The new buzzword, again, is model schools and UDL. How about addressing what has grown an issue in our district and address that, which is behavior? What can you do for us now? Not in a few months, not let's form a committee and go round and round, something now. PBIS is not going to fix the behaviors we are seeing in our classroom. Act now, we need your help. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Andrea Sanchez.
Hi, my name is Andrea Sanchez. I am reading on behalf of an MCSD psychologist. Following the COVID-19 shutdown, schools have experienced a significant increase in students requiring behavioral support. At the last board meeting, it is obvious that this need continues to grow, particularly among our youngest students in transitional kindergarten, and first grade. To address these post-COVID challenges, the district hired campus security liaisons and restorative justice liaisons, both of whom have been helpful in responding to student needs. However, CSLs and RJLs are not trained behavior aides. Many students with formal behavioral intervention plans require dedicated behavior aid support to ensure that their plans are implemented correctly with fidelity and that accurate behavioral data is collected. Currently, existing staff are stretched thin trying to supervise students who frequently elope from class or exhibit aggression toward peers and staff. This situation is unsustainable and negatively impacts the mental health and well-being of students, teachers, support staff, and site administrators. Hiring additional trained behavior aides would provide direct, consistent support to students with behavioral needs and greatly reduce the strain on staff. For the cost of one certificated position, the district could employ 5 to 7 behavior aides. providing broader, more immediate assistance across multiple sites. This is not an isolated issue. Districts throughout California and across the nation are facing similar post-COVID behavioral challenges. Transferring to another site or district rarely changes the situation. This is now the new normal, and systems must adapt accordingly. In addition to expanding behavior aid support, the district should consider expanding the community day school program. Staff need a clear, streamlined process to refer students for CDS consideration when appropriate. Students must also be held accountable for their actions, and the district's previous behavior intervention class located on the CDS campus served as a suspension alternative. It would be valuable to review data from the program to determine its impact and whether reinstating or adapting it could help address current behavior concerns. In summary, the board is encouraged to consider increasing the number of trained behavior aides at school sites, clarifying and strengthening the process for CDS referrals, evaluating the effectiveness of former behavior intervention class, expanding CDS capacity to meet the current student needs, prioritizing the mental health and well-being of all staff and students by providing adequate behavioral support. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Rhonda Batson.
Good evening, everyone. Hi, my name is Rhonda Batson, and I, as well as many other community members, have decided to come before you all to share our concerns with your school board member who attended and ruined another community board meeting that was held at Playhouse Merced. Tonight, I'm representing myself as a longtime volunteer of Playhouse Merced since 2015. I wasn't just someone in the room that day at that meeting. I'm a part of the Playhouse family. I want to bring another perspective to the situation to show you how racism has never been a part of the problem, but how the Brooks and their friends actually have been. On Wednesday, September 10th, Playhouse Merced's staff, parents, community, and children all witnessed something unimaginable. Someone who is supposed to represent himself as a leader in our community made an absolute fool of himself instead and posted it live on Facebook. If you haven't already had the pleasure of watching the 37-minute and 31-second video of your board member, Alan Brooks, becoming unhinged, aggressive, intimidating, and losing it in a disgusting manner, just go to my Facebook page and get the link. You will be in shock, just like the rest of us. Decorum went absolutely out of the window, as well as respect. The community who did not attend the board meeting that Wednesday evening didn't get the opportunity to see your childish behavior in person. Just like the head custodian at my school, he acted like a toddler having a tantrum. Being that our superintendent Stocking just spoke at our back to school rally about how one of the focuses this year was going to be about bully prevention, and here you are being a poster child of a bully. During the public board meeting at Playhouse Merced, you decided to name call, mock at least 10 times, pace back and forth, interrupting a speaker and strongly affirming, as you pointed at people at least 11 times, that there was white privilege in the room. You decided to scrape the bottom of the barrel to get your point across that night by bringing your foul-mouthed sidekick with you, who was well known in the community for causing drama and chaos. You also were clearly targeting me when you said all skin folk are kinfolk, not once, but twice. In your rant, you spoke about how people didn't deal in facts. What you did not disclose in your rant were these facts. There is a history of chaos when it comes to the Brooks family. Many months ago, your wife was approached by staff at Playhouse, asked to basically shape up or ship out, and I think they actually used the term to her, she needs to resign. Well, how dare they tell Queen Sheila that she wasn't as perfect as she thought she was. In fact, in return, the office manager was fired. Then soon after that, the artistic director, who was Black and dedicated 15 years of his talent and 2 years as a director, he was also fired. Where was the Progressive Discipline Act?
Tammy Rodriguez, I yield my time.
Thank you. That firing was the first of all the chaos, but then they decided to post one of the most disrespectful notices to the public that GB was no longer part of Pele House. Strike one. After that, due to Sheila being questioned and simply unable to provide adequate answers to the questions, she had a long-standing member of Playhouse who was not only a patron, is there a problem? But an actress, including both of her girls and a volunteer. Sheila had her blocked from Playhouse's
Ms.
Facebook page for
Batson?
many, many months. Yes.
It's about the board's business and.
Okay, only?
That is correct. It could be about our board members, but not other members who don't work for our district.
Okay, well, let me get to that. I guess I'll have to post this on my Facebook page.
Doesn't it refer to interaction of one of the?
Please, you have to be a speaker. You can comment about the board, not about the people that do not work for this district or are not at this dais.
Okay. Well,
You still have an additional 1 hour, not 1 hour, 1 minute.
1 hour, good. I got an hour.
I apologize, an hour and 16 seconds.
This is a school issue. At the end of his video, he proudly boasted about his credentials and how he is on the school board and that he is on the board for the Central Valley Opportunity Fund. He literally ruined the opportunity for many of the Merced City School District children to participate in something that they absolutely loved. For one, the cast of Oliver were weeks away from being able to perform in front of their family and friends. He ruined that. And you ruined it for what? It's a volunteer position. And that's what no one can understand, is that you're doing all this for a volunteer position. You need to resign from the school board. And if the school board can't get rid of you, then hopefully your district will find a candidate to run against you. If anyone is interested in running against Alan Brooks, please reach out to me because you will have a huge supportive base.
Melissa Shaldine, I yield my time.
That will help get you elected. We have YouTube videos to share to your constituents, and hopefully people and organizations that backed Alan before will rethink their choice the next time around. He showed you his true colors. Don't make that mistake again. Your behavior and deplorable actions caused yet another disgraceful act upon the Playhouse organization and family. In this community, you are an embarrassment. You were the problem that night. You spoke about how you're all about community. No, you're not. You're all about your ego and pounding your chest as if an injustice has happened. You recorded your tirade as if you thought you really had did something. Oh, you did. You showed Merced County your true colors. You showed Merced County that this is why family members should never be allowed to serve on a board together, ever. And lastly, you showed everyone that this is not what a good leader is. Remember this, just because things didn't work in your favor, that does not equal racism. White privilege did not tell your wife not to show up to those 3 board meetings. White privilege did not issue her a letter of removal from the board. The bylaws did. These are the facts. This is the truth. So make sure you add that to your post next time you decide to share this disgusting video again. I'll say it again, over and over. Leadership means everything. And you obviously have not been able to show us, this community, that you are a true leader for our community and representing people in your community and district. Just like you feel your voice won't be silenced, neither will mine. I'm a huge community advocate, and I will always fight for what's right. I will continue to speak up on this issue and share your video to show the community this is who is in charge of different organizations. Until this is over, I will continue to speak up, supporting the remaining active board members of Playhouse, because you have unfairly and unjustly accused them of something so heinous. This type of leader is not what our community needs, and I hope others will see that now.
Dr. Audrey Garza.
Good evening. I just wanted to take a moment to express gratitude to the Friends of the Merced County Library. This is the 5th year that they've done the 3rd grade library card project with our district. Started 5 years ago. They have given over 2,500 library cards to 3rd graders in Merced City School District. This year, they gave out 631. And the Friends of the Merced County Library, they are the legs and wheels of this project. They come into my office, they assemble packets, they get it ready, we ship them to the sites, then they go to every single site, collecting those application packets, delivering them to the library staff who issues the library cards. It's a wonderful partnership, and I'm just really grateful to them and want them to know that we are so thankful that our students have this opportunity. With a public library card, they have access to millions, literally millions of books and additional resources, both digital and in print. Lots of great programs. To top it off, they are hosting family nights, one for each quadrant in our district, just so that they can manage the crowds and really give them the attention that they deserve. So they already had one on October 22nd. The next one will be tomorrow night, October 29th. And then they have 2 additional November 5th and November 12th. I invite anyone in the community and in the district to stop by from 6 to 7:30 p.m. at the Merced County Library, where the Friends of the Library will be giving out books, bags, pencils, and bookmarks. So I just wanted to say thank you to them and let them know we are grateful for this partnership. It's making a difference for our kids. Thanks.
Destiny Anderson.
Good evening, board members. Is it on?
Yes.
Am I on? Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Good evening, board members. I'd like to start by offering my sincere thanks to Dr. Pirtle. He knows why, and I truly hope this message reaches him. Thank you, Dr. Pirtle. I don't know where he is, but truly, thank you, Dr. Pirtle. You know what you did. I'd also like to address a question I often get. Why did I leave middle school why did I leave middle school reading intervention when many say I was good at it? While I can't fully answer that in this short time, I do have a question for you. Are you involved in the literacy committee? Any of you guys? I just wanted to ask. I believe that committee is vital, and it's been around for 3 years, but we haven't seen the progress we need. When I taught Read 180, I didn't see much connection to that committee's work, and our literacy scores still aren't where they should be. I encourage you really to dive into the data, compare this semester's Read 180 results with last year's, especially at Rivera's Middle School. That's where I worked, and I know the potential is there. If you look at the data, this year's data, Read 180, please compare all middle schools to last year's Rivera Middle School's data, Read 180. And I want you to see why the teachers are not using certain things. I guarantee there's certain things are not being used because they're not trained correctly, or they don't know how to use it themselves, or they don't know how to motivate the kids to actually do the work on Read 180. I would really highly recommend a board member to be on the literacy committee because it's a waste of time for taxpayers' money. And why are they, it's just a waste of time, okay? Oh, wait, hold on, one more thing. Just last thing, just thank you for your time and dedication. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have any other, no more public comments? All right, we move on to report. Superintendent goals and state of district, Superintendent Stocking.
Thank you, President Laccaretti, board trustees, and community members here with us tonight and/or online. We have our annual State of the District report, really providing a summary of last year leading up to this year, as well as some of our efforts and focus areas, and ending with challenges. Next slide. We always start with our mission and vision. Our students have the academic skills and personal characteristics to continue their learning journey, pursuing their passions and talents. Next slide. So what you see before here today, very thankful to our school board and the work that we've done as a collective to provide clear goals to me as your superintendent moving into year 2. As we look here, you'll see that there are 5 focus areas. The first one, fostering relationships with students, staff, and families. And the goal provided is to promote a culture of fostering and sustaining positive relationships with educational partners and community. The second area of focus is safety. And the goal is to provide a safe school facilities and social emotional learning environments. Focus area 3, literacy, and the goal is to increase early literacy and literacy for all students. Focus area 4, lowest underperforming students. The goal is develop a comprehensive strategic plan that addresses the learning gaps of the lowest performing students within the district. And focus area 5, board superintendent relationship. The goal is to work collaboratively with the governing board of trustees to develop a vision for the district and influence academic, operational, and instructional culture of the district. So brief synopsis of who we are in this school year. We have a little over 11,000 students enrolled across all grade levels. This includes pre-K through 8th grade. We are 81% serving students that are socially economically disadvantaged, 17.7% English learners, 0.08% foster youth. Our schools, we serve 14 pre-K-6 elementary schools, 4 middle schools, 1 preschool center, and 1 community day school. Our team includes a little over 1,400, close to 1,500 dedicated professionals. This includes teachers, administrators, support staff, and specialists working together to serve our community. The next portion I'm going to take some time is to share our current student achievement growth. This is the reflection of the CASP data for 2024-2025. Next slide. If you look at the CASP performance overview, you'll see that statewide average is 49% in ELA and 37% in mathematics. Merced County average is 37% ELA and 24% in mathematics. You'll see that MCSD is running slightly below at 35% in ELA and 22% overall in mathematics. MCSD ELA proficiency overall for this last school year was 35%, 14 points below state average, and mathematics proficiency 22%, 15 percentage points below the state average. Overall, the district grew in ELA 2 percentage points and in math 1 percentage points. Next slide. What you see here is district ELA by grade. This again is an overall picture. What I would like to specifically highlight is the concerted efforts of our literacy committee and our dedicated staff at the site level, as well as district in these efforts. You will see that overall, we have made gains in every grade level with the exception of a slight decline in grade 8. Although we still look forward to making more significant gains, I do believe that we need to start talking about the growth we're making. How did we make this growth? And how do we respond to the needs of our literacy committee as shared here tonight? Next slide. This is the overall picture by grade level for our mathematics and science by grade. You'll notice again that in mathematics, we have 4 of our grade levels that made gains. And you'll see overall as a district, a little over 1 percent point. You'll see that in science, we only test the CAST assessment in grade 5 and grade 8. You'll see a slight increase in grade 5 and a slight decrease in grade 8, with the overall gains of a district of 1.57 percentage points. This is a very high-level general review, but this is not the story that I believe we should glean for. So I'd like to go a little deeper. Next slide. What you see before here is our CASP subgroup performance analysis for 2024 to 2025. With our African American students, our foster youth, our homeless, English learners, and students with disabilities. Overall, you will see that recently in the last 5 years, MCSD, we have consistently performed below the state and county average in most of our subgroups, with the exception of gains with our African American group of students. Next slide. What you'll see here before you again is an overall state, county, MCSD, ELA, state mathematics, county, and MCSD mathematics, overall in these groups that we serve. And you'll see within each of those groups, African American, Black students, and MCSD showed positive growth in both ELA and mathematics. Although we know we still have work to do, that is a concerted effort that you'll hear more about in our Goal 4 Lowest Performing Students report. You'll also see that in our other groups, we will continue to make efforts within our action plans. But this is not the end of the story. I'd also like to share that for our schools that have demonstrated for 2 years or more an area of 2 specific groups on the dashboard of not meeting or exceeding standard and far from reaching standard, those that were eligible for ATSI for the 24-25 school year were Stephanie Elementary, Hoover Middle School, as well as Rivera. We're going to go deeper into the data now. If you can take us to the appendix, and that is included towards the end of the section presentation. Thank you. Next slide. This, I believe, is the most important story to tell that reflects the hard work of our MCSD team members. Each one of these slides reflects the growth that we have made, considerable growth, as well as areas of need that we will continue to focus on. As you can see, and as shared here, our focus with literacy in just the year from 24-25, which is a reflection of last year's academic achievement and learning for our students and dedication of all of our team members, you will see that in multiple grade levels, we have made gains highlighted in green. You will also see growth in grade level from last year to this year. I'd like to highlight that significant gains equate to 3 to 5 percentage points as identified for the state. And I'd like to point out a few. Burbank, 5th grade, 3.98 percentage points growth. Burbank mathematics, grade 6, 7.08 percentage points. Science, 5.39 percentage points. Next slide, Chenoweth. Chenoweth, I'd like to point out ELA, grade 3, close to 5 percentage points, 4.71. Grade 4, 11.98 percentage points of growth in just 1 year. That is the efforts of our team members. I'd like to point out if you move on to science, 5.75 percentage points on the CAST assessment in 1 year alone. If you turn to the next slide, Franklin being a primary elementary school, they only test 1 grade level. This presents challenges as well. But what you can see for those 3rd grade classrooms that were at Franklin, as we have a few at Franklin and a few at Joe Stephanie that serve that surrounding community, you will see that we have considerable work to continue focusing on there. However, we are seeing considerable efforts and growth in primary using UFly. Next slide, Fremont. I'd like to point out ELA grade 5, 26.83 points in 1 grade level of 1 year's growth for our students. Grade 5 mathematics, 17.75% growth, and science, 14.6% growth with 1 year. You'll notice that we are reading horizontally. These also read diagonally, which is even more of a story. This means that students from grade to grade are continuing to not only hold their learning, but increase new learning at that grade level. Next slide. Givens, I'd like to point out grade 4, 5.36 percentage points growth ELA. Grade 4, mathematics, 8.43 percentage points. Next slide, Gracie. I'd like to point out grade 6, 20.36 percentage points growth in ELA. 6th grade mathematics, 14.17 percentage points in 1 year. Muir Elementary, grade 6, 7.06% growth. Grade 4 mathematics, 6.39 percentage points growth. Next slide, Peterson. Grade 3 English Language Arts, 20.37 points percentage growth in 1 year. Grade 5, 18.56 percentage points growth in 1 year. Grade 3, 6.97% growth. Grade 5, 5.85 percentage points growth in mathematics. And on the CAST for Peterson, 10.7 percentage points growth in 1 year. Reyes Elementary, if you look at science, 5 percentage points growth in 1 year. Rivera Elementary School, grade 4, 24.08 percentage points growth in ELA. Sheehy, overwhelmingly percentage points growth in almost every single grade level. That's right, woo-hoo, does deserve, and many of our grade levels demonstrating this incredible growth and achievement. Grade 3, 7.68% growth. Grade 4, 21.25% growth. Grade 5, that was grade 4. Grade 5 ELA, 6.27% growth. Even grade 6, 0.12, but they still demonstrated growth at difficult content at that grade level. Grade 3 mathematics, 8.94% growth. Grade 4% growth in mathematics, 17.16% growth in 1 year. Joe Stephanie Elementary, grade 5 ELA, 17.43% growth in 1 year. Grade 6, 5.65% growth in language arts. Grade 5 in mathematics, 11.61% growth in 1 year, and growth on the CAST, 3.24%. Stowell Elementary School, ELA, grade 3, 5.41% growth. Grade 5, 6.19% growth. Grade 6, 9.28% growth in 1 year. Stoll Mathematics, growth in every grade level. Grade 3, 8.71% growth, and the rest reaching a little over 3%, and grade 5, almost 1%. And science, 5.87% growth in 1 year. Wright Elementary School. Grade 3, 1 year, 18.73% growth. Grade 6, 7.09% growth. And grade 4 had 4.34% growth. Grade 3, 9.22% growth in mathematics. Grade 5, 9.06% growth in mathematics. Middle schools, grade 7, English Language Arts, Cruikshank, 7.06% growth. Grade 8, mathematics, 10.65% growth. And I owe one of our math teachers, I need to wear Dodgers all day one day because that was the challenge that he had for me. Cruikshank in science also demonstrating growth. But if you look at Cruikshank, every single grade level and content area demonstrated growth. Hoover Middle School, growth in grade 7 mathematics, 6.24% growth. But it almost, you've got grade 7 demonstrated growth in ELA, grade 7 and 8 demonstrated growth in mathematics. Rivera Middle School, you've got some growth in grade 8 ELA, some growth in mathematics, grade 8, and in science, Rivera Middle School, 5.5% growth. Tenaya Middle School, grade 7, we have some growth in ELA. Mathematics, you'll see in both grade 7 and 8, growth. In grade 8, close to 5%. Why do we need to share the details of this data? Because overall, we know that our work is hard. We know that we continue to have challenges before us, and we know that our kids can learn. We know that our staffs are committed. We hear the great efforts that have been made, and we see the fruits of those efforts in our student learning. I would also like to share that some of those challenges, if you'll bring the presentation back up. To slide 11. That some of those challenges that, in addition to what you see here as overall data, we also know that some of our greatest gains is happening from our students not reaching standards to barely meeting standards. Or approaching standards. And that takes incredible effort to help our lowest performing students to move out of that band. I give the scenario as if a student is in an F range. That is a 0 to 59%. And it takes work and effort to get out of that range. Whereas we get into percentiles of a C, even a D, a C, a B, and an A, which are in 10 percentiles. So our students, they are working, and that is a result of those efforts of our team members. This brings us to our 3 areas of focus that we will continue. One of the things that we are noticing is fostering and sustaining relationships, receiving a lot of positive feedback from community members, really supporting the efforts of our district and our areas of focus, asking us, what do we need? What can we do to help? Also, continuing to focus on our academic performance. We've heard many times the area of focus for safety with the initiative, our anti-bullying campaign that has kicked off, which we've identified 3 goals. 1, understand bullying, which is to give it a definition. 2, build a safe community, which is what to do when bullying occurs. And 3, a community of caring, of which we will bring the resources that we bring as a district and community to support our students who are bullying, the bystanders, and our students who have been bullied. Next slide. As we are looking at our district, we want to ensure high-quality programs. As we've heard the concern for our continued focus on literacy. Thank you to our teacher who shared us the follow-up letter from our literacy committee. We immediately reviewed that in executive cabinet and are tailoring our professional development needs to our staff in this year, and how we're prioritizing that for our primary staff, as that's a sense of urgency and continued focus. And also, thank you for the feedback, because it helps us as we begin to plan for the subsequent year and keep literacy at the forefront. You will also see universal design learning. This is true. UDL is new for some of us in our district. When we look at CASP and we look at Common Core, academic achievement is not solely based on DOK 1 or phonemic awareness and decoding. It is not one or the other. It is two as a balance. What we teach as a foundation and how we approach that, which is our design learning pathway, and how our teachers are building that learning experience for our students. Also knowing that we serve over 11% of our students that have identified learning disabilities. How do we ensure that we are meeting them where they are? So we're not looking at one or the other. We're looking at how do we complement those as a whole. You'll also see building thinking classrooms and STEAM that will continue to focus not only on our lowest performing students, but all of our students. What are we also doing for enrichment for all of our kids and our students who are meeting standard and our advanced standard? You will also see our area for world language and modern language, as well as dual language immersion, as we are looking to make our students competitive in the real world and accelerate prior to entering high school, and continuing to focus those efforts. I'd like to take us to the next slide. We also look at premier facilities, as we know that we have schools. John Muir is over 100 years old. We know many of our students, I think it's been over 34 years since we have built a school in Merced. So many of our students need a lot of upkeep and maintenance. Our city has really supported us with passing bond measure O. This is an example of the premier facilities that we will continue to bring to our community now and moving forward. This is the example of Franklin Elementary. Next slide. Example of Sheehy Elementary. Next slide. Example of what a premier facility looks like for a middle school. You'll see the rendering for Tenaya Athletic Facility, so that the grounds can also reflect the great pride and commitment of our students and staff and community. You'll see the Student Engagement Center that will serve our students, as well as our Family Engagement Resource Center. This will be across the street from John Muir. As we are building this center, we will also provide John Muir with, I call it a bit of a facelift as well. So they will be, the school will be painted. We will continue to provide maintenance projects there so that we can ensure that John Muir, and looking at the restroom ratio, is looking just as nice and shiny and new as the building that will be across the street from it. Next slide. One of the things I'd like to share is a great partnership. This is the first ever that we have had in collaboration. This began last year in collaboration with an articulated vision of pre-K through higher ed for the city of Merced. This includes collaboration and articulation with myself as Merced City School District Superintendent, Alan Peterson, Merced Union High School District Superintendent, President Chris Vitelli of Merced College, and Chancellor Munoz of UC Merced. We have met quarterly throughout last year, sometimes more, and this year had our first event to give a collective, collaborative State of Education address that was hosted last week at UC Merced. This includes how we are partnering. Some of those examples include our steps of middle school alignment with CTE pathways that will start to come to our middle schools in the subsequent next 1 to 3 years, aligned to Merced Union High School District so that we can continue engaging our students. Another is Merced Union High School Districts, our efforts that are already in the works to employ our MUHD students who are in child development courses, our future pipeline of educators, to employ them through our MARS program. In addition, the CTIG grant that we will be pursuing, which gives us up to $4,000 for each middle school to provide supports for CTE enhancement at each of our 4 middle schools. With Merced College, student college course of last summer, staff community engagement training that we have partnered with their trainers for our staff, as well as student tutors. UC Merced, we are partnering, we have many students, student tutors in many of our schools through UC Merced. We will also be partnering with CalTeach to employ them through our MARS program as well. In fact, we are working on a contract partnership right now for anywhere from 16 to 18 future pipeline members to support and grow our MARS program. We also collectively hosted Bob Camp student summer camps and multiplied the number that we had from the subsequent years. We have planned parent education spring sessions. Chancellor Munoz asked, Juliana, what can we do to increase our enrollment and get our students here? I said, we have plenty of field trips to UC Merced. We need to also bring our families. This will be a collective effort of which we will start a first series of session of parent education workshops at our FERC Center or schools, and then the second series will take place at the colleges so that our families see where their students are gearing up to attend. We also have continued planned student engagement tours, as well as athletic events. On Halloween this Friday, we will be taking some of our middle school students to watch the girls UC Merced soccer game, as well as boys UC Merced soccer game. You'll also see the city of Merced in the bottom left corner. We are aligning our vision to the industry of Merced and Merced County as Merced is continuing to grow. This is an exciting time. Although it's been an anomaly this year that our enrollment has dropped, there's a lot going on in our country, and superintendents are talking about it actively at our Superintendent's Council and monitoring that. We also know that growth is happening in Merced, up north in particularly. We are waiting for the children to come, and we will be ready to serve them. Part of our alignment and effort for collaboration includes focusing on the arts, leveraging Prop 28 and ELOP funds, investing in visual and performing arts, such as choir, theater, art, dance, and music, and partnership with our athletics recreation department through the city of Merced with sports programs where we have offered vouchers providing our students the opportunity to participate for free, as well as swag, as well as soccer camps. Next slide. These are available to many. We also know we have focused, concerted effort for community partnerships. For building relationships, this is where we are looking to work and do work with local businesses and nonprofits in Merced County, to enrich student learning and create pathways to future success. This also includes community support, partners to provide mentorship, which we have not had before, at least as a collective effort, with resources and real-world learning opportunities for our students, and shared vision to rebuild our future where students can access quality education and opportunities to thrive. What does this translate to in investment and partnerships with our community in Merced? For after-school program, it transfers to just operationally $7.3 million. Community partnerships, $5.1 million, reaching up to 25 community partners. That has maximized in efforts in just these last 2 years alone. and in MCSD facility capital improvements to strategically invest in our taxpayer dollars to ensure safety for our campuses, as well as premier facilities, and maintain and increase your home value. We have invested $5.6 million already with our active bond monies and will continue to. Next slide. District highlights, I'm not going to read all of these, but you'll see in yellow, these are those just in this year. Language and culture programs that we have added. We have a Hmong task force of which we are already going to start to pilot. We have elementary schools. Last year, Fremont Elementary was offering French after school. We also have soccer, baseball, basketball, softball, track, volleyball. Yes, we do have a contract with Playhouse Merced. We will continue focused efforts to provide our students opportunities. And this happens at our school sites as we are working through some of those challenges, but we know that we will work through them and ensure that our kids get what they need. Also, our choir program that is now happening at each of our school sites. You'll see in innovative programs, we have this year RJL practices in every elementary school as we have had them in middle schools. We also implemented our dual language immersion program at Stoll Elementary, which is a district-wide program, and our strategic plan development to start middle school CTE introduction in the subsequent 1 to 3 years. None of this can be done without our team members, and you will see continued staff recognition, not only as we celebrate them as you see here tonight, but also as we visit staff members and they give us authentic feedback, in the moment feedback, such as, I'm gonna quote some of our team members, "Thank you for always stopping to say hello. Thank you for coming into the kitchen. Thank you for coming and talking to the maintenance us as team members and not just passing us by as you're walking to the school site." That is a concerted transition that we are looking to continue to improve our climate, as we know it takes time to build trust in our district. Next slide. We heard some before here tonight and this year, and they continue to be a sense of urgency for us. At Monday's executive cabinet, we started talking about where are we with these actions and responses? English language arts and math proficiency will continue to be a focus for learning growth for our students, not only for proficiency, but also celebrating the growth of our students who are far from reaching standard or approaching standard, because they are working just as hard, and our teachers are working just as hard to support them. Facility improvements that we will continue to focus on. Social emotional learning and mental health. This is the extreme behaviors that we heard about tonight, as well as our budget constraints as some of our one-time monies begin to sunset and our federal budget continues to fluctuate, and we begin to plan contingency plans to ensure that we are fiscally solvent as a district and ensure students continue to get what they need. We also know that we have to be strategic and measure our investments. We've heard the board share, we've heard our staff share. How do we know this is working? We take that seriously. We will be providing updates on that throughout the year. We want to share that, and we know that that's work for us to grow on, and we will continue to do that. Last slide. These are some of our amazing leaders. We know that we have many team members and family and community and our school board. None of these achievements that I have shared with you tonight are possible without not only the people sitting in this room, but every single person that shows up to work and every single family that sends their child to school. And so we want to make sure that we recognize it takes a team, and we'll continue our focus on one team, one community, and I open it up to any questions.
Thank you for that detailed presentation, Superintendent's talking. Well, we're doing a lot of good things, and I'm glad you put in the CASP data so we can look at it. I really appreciate the color-coded appendix here so that we can all go back and look at the data and
and come back with questions. Before we go to the board comments or questions, Mr. Hurd, do we have any callers in the queue?
Madam President, there are no callers in the queue.
Perfect, thank you. Do we have any in-person comments about this presentation? Okay, seeing none, we will move to board discussion. Any questions or comments from the board? Trustee Jean?
I just have a quick comment. I wanted to thank you for enlightening us with the fact and data we've been asked for a while, and now we've seen it. It's something that I could actually look at it, color-coded, the improvement, all the greens, green almost every school. So I'm just so pleased to see more greens than red. So, and I'm also really pleased to see the vision that we're making slow progress. And I know it's really tough. We're not, saying that we're gonna solve the problem overnight, but we're making slow progress. And that's what I like to see. And during the time that 10 months I've been here, I see some growth. I see some very positive. I see we have a full team with the district. I've seen people coming in together, working really hard. And it reflected deeply on this data. And I'm just really pleased that you're also reaching out to not just community partners, but also educators, UC Merced, high schools, and some of those go and work with the city. For me, I'm just really impressed. I think we're making great progress. And then again, we put in a context in a data form, and I'm just really pleased. And keep up the good work. I think there are some improvement on those reds here and there. So I think we need to come up with some strategies. How could we really making sure that those reds becoming at least orange and moving toward to the green. So appreciate the report, and it gives me a little bit, I would say, a relief. I could actually breathe a little bit, knowing that we're making great progress. So thank you for the report.
Thank you, Trustee McCutcheon.
So there was a lot of work put into this and appreciated. I too, being able to see makes me feel a little bit better. I just had a question. So with the math part of it, was the growth there? I see the growth. Was that with the ST math? I mean, did everybody use ST math? Or what was that with?
I don't have that exact data with me. I will bring that. I know that we did pull data usage, and we were not able to correlate significant gains in math achievement to utilization of ST math, because we're able to pull that by site, by teacher. I believe it's the teacher and the support staff. I mean, we can fill in any kind of program we want. I truly believe it is the educator and support staff. But we'll provide that data again, and so that you have that specific data to answer. Do supplemental programs help? Absolutely. Was it a significant defining factor that we found for correlation? It was not, but we'll show that for you so you can see for yourselves.
The reason I asked was because I'm just curious, was ST math pulled before this testing or after? I just want to see if it kind of fell in line with each other or not.
It was pulled at the end of last year. Yes. And then I just real quick, the data visualizations, thank you. That was Director Yua Lee and Jeremy Spangler, our ET department. Thank you so much. That was their data visualization. And I asked, can you make it look like this? Now, can you make it look like that? And they stepped up to the plate. So they are the masterminds behind the data. So I want to give credit where credit is due.
Clerk Delgado.
So thank you for putting this together. I'd like to definitely offer my gratitude to the certificated and classified staff. Given the circumstances that you are facing in the classroom, you still managed to deliver for our students. So if this is where we're at, given the conditions that exist in the classroom settings as it relates to safety issues with loss of instructional time, I'm excited to see what opportunities exist when you have the support systems in place that you need so that you can focus on that which you went into education for, which is to teach the subject. I don't want to add more to teachers' plates because they already have enough, and I understand that. But I really would love for grade levels to be able to share their successes, what worked in their classrooms, and maybe collaborate with their peers who might have struggled and come together and provide feedback to the district on what supports could be provided by the district. Each site is unique, their needs are unique. This is definitely not a one-size-fits-all. And so I look forward to seeing what conversations emerge without putting more on the plates of the staff, though. Thank you.
Yeah, as a board, we tasked the district to make sure that our literacy and our math numbers went up. In some schools, we have double digits, so as a board, I think we should clap that up. That is a beautiful feat, right? The glass is always half full. We do have some reds, but we have a lot of greens. I'm very positive, and I'm excited about what we have coming up. As a board, we've been able to put some things in place. We will make sure that we look at behavior, but this is what we've been asking for as far as our literacy and our math numbers. So once again, keep up the great work. I look forward to seeing what we can do next year.
Good. I echo the sentiments of my fellow board members. I think we're moving in the positive direction. There's always, there's the good and the bad, scores go up, scores go down. But what I know about this district is the effort that our staff put in with in their classrooms and the love of teaching and just how they collaborate, how they advocate, even for programs for like ST Math, which, by the way, I think should be given to those teachers who are asking for it. I think that it shows the commitment of our educators, both certificated and classified, and all the folks sitting in this room who contributed to advancing our students' progress, and hope we continue to see the gains and work on what things are working really well. And I mean, there's some fascinating data here, and I think if we can dig a little deeper and you come back and let us know, like, hey, in this school, like, this is what happened. I think if you've seen overwhelming success, double-digit growths, I mean, the why is a great thing to explore. Why did this happen? And how we can sustain it or replicate it at other sites would be very important, because we want all of our classrooms and our students to have those double-digit gains, because we are investing quite a bit in additional programs. So hopefully we continue to progress. Thank you for the report. And thank you for making it a little warmer. It is chilly in here. Do we want a 5-minute break? No? Okay, no, okay, we're pushing through, okay. 7B. It was a very detailed report. MCSD Educational Services beginning of the year update. Mr. Mendez.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Stocking, team and community members. This evening, we are going to review beginning of the year data along with go over information of what educational services provide to improve student outcomes. This report won't be as detailed, but it'll be piggybacking off of Superintendent Stocking's.
Yes.
Yes.
Brevity
A little bit briefer.
would be great.
Yes. The district, next slide, please, or this slide. The district has demonstrated improved state assessment results, much in line with both the state and county. MCSD students in grades 3rd through 8th that met or exceeded ELA grade level standards rose from 33 to 35%. Students that met or exceeded math and science grade level standards on the state assessment rose by 1% respectively. 12% of our students met level 4 or well-developed status on the English Language Proficiency Assessment for California, or LPAC. This percentage noted no change. Next slide, please. With regards to local assessments, 19% of students are early on or above grade level in reading at the beginning of the year per our district progress assessment. 9% of students are at the same level in mathematics. It should be noted that students are assessed on standards that they have not received instruction in yet, so these numbers act as a baseline. Results of the state mandated screener, M-Class Dibbles, note that 47% of our students in the primary grades are at or above benchmark with regards to reading. This rate, albeit using a different instrument, notes an increase of 5% from the previous year. Read 180, which is our middle school intensive reading program, notes that 10% of students that have been identified for intervention are on grade level or above with regards to reading. This baseline reflects the middle school strategic identification of students to receive the most intense intervention at this level. Next slide, please. In hearing this information, a question arises of why such marginal growth. Many knew that the school closures due to the COVID-19 pandemic created unintentional consequences, especially on learning, but no one really captured to what extent. Despite our best efforts, the pandemic caused inequities with home-based supports that in turn helped create a sharp decline in achievement. Post-COVID-19, we are working with an increase of social-emotional needs and a normalization of non-attendance. In addition, our district has undergone system change and structural turnover, inconsistent alignment, and a lack of sustainability. Seeing the goals and actions through over a length of time is crucial in mitigating and counteracting the cumulative effects of COVID-19 and systemic consistency. We should keep in mind that growth is a process and not a product. Next slide, please. A significant step toward reducing variance and consolidating our efforts was the identification and implementation of the IXL learning platform, a platform that provides learning in both ELA and mathematics that adapts to all learning levels. A month and a half in, we have over 71% of teachers actively using the platform on a regular basis. IXL's research has noted notable student growth if students become proficient in 2 skills a week. Attaining this goal necessitates a frequency of questions answered per week. Here in this graph, you see that 3/4 of our schools are averaging the number of questions answered that will provide increased impact on student performance. Nearly 1/3 of our schools are on pace of garnering maximum performance impact through the use of the platform. Please keep in mind that the platform is to complement teacher-led and delivered instruction. Next slide, please. Our professional development and collaboration efforts continue to reflect the need of both our students and staff. This past summer, MCSD offered both certificated and classified staff opportunities in literacy, mathematics, trauma-informed practices, restorative practices, health, and community engagement. Literacy, one of the major areas of focus for MCSD during the summer, was offered to all levels: UFly for K-2 teachers, SIPS for teachers in 3rd through 6th, and Getting Reading Bright for middle school teachers. In addition, all K-6 teachers received the opportunity to learn about the new state-mandated reading risk screener, which is M-Class Dibbles. 315 unique certificated teachers and 173 unique classified team members partook in sessions offered in June and then again July. Currently, 118 teachers are enrolled in intensive literacy instruction training through letters. Another 22 administrators are currently enrolled as well. Approximately 25 teachers and administrators have completed the 2-year training. In addition, 270 of our team members have successfully completed the Online Language and Literacy Academy. Other professional learning taking place through this school year includes Universal Design for Learning training, middle school science training, IXL training, and elementary music through our visual and performing arts partnership with MCOE. In addition, as Superintendent Stocking mentioned, we are revisiting and refining our professional learning design for subsequent years while continuing to focus on research-based strategies and design. This design will be in partnership with team members and will include feedback through committees and surveys as it did last year. Next slide, please. The state and federal program supports the learning plans, such as the Local Control and Accountability Plan and the Single Plan for Student Achievement, that fund our initiatives and subsequent programs that directly impact student outcomes. Over 1,300 students are enrolled in an extended day program through Assets and MARS. The department also supports over 1,600 English learners, 25% of which are long-term English learners. Long-term English learners are those English learners that have been in a public school in California for more than 7 years. Next slide, please. The Pupil Services Department spearheads the efforts of addressing absenteeism, provides supports, and creates responses to behavior and safety. Preliminary data from last school year, and this data is preliminary until the release of the California State Dashboard in November, notes that average daily attendance is projected to show an increase. On the other hand, chronic absenteeism, which is when a student misses 10% or more of the year, and the suspension rate, which shows the percentage of students that were suspended at least one time, both showed marginal increases as well. We know that increases in the latter are not the desired outcome. In order to combat this trend, the Pupil Services Department has been working with support team members to revisit systems of support at each of the 3 tiered levels. The team has created goals to increase home visits to address attendance from last year's mark of right under 500 home visits. The team is also finalizing an anti-bullying handbook. Restorative practices are in full effect at both elementary schools and middle schools, with over 1,000 students receiving either individual or group interventions from our partnership with Restorative Justice League in only the first month. Next slide, please. Students with disabilities, which are amongst the most vulnerable of our lowest performing students, are a central focus of MCSD. Our special education population, much like the state and counties, has increased 2 to 3% over the last few years. The most prevalent disabilities amongst our 1,300 students are speech and language difficulties, autism, and being diagnosed with a specific learning disability. Of our special education students, nearly 70% are Hispanic, 12% are white, 7% are Asian, and 6% are of African American or Black descent. Next slide, please. Our award-winning MCSD state preschool program provides learning opportunities to 2, 3, and 4-year-olds. Currently, our preschool has 450 students enrolled. The number you see there is from earlier this month, which is 411. It's up to 450. The preschool program has increased its outreach efforts due to many students opting to begin TK instead of staying an additional year in preschool. Our preschool has implemented a new curriculum through Learning Genie that is aligned with the preschool transitional kindergarten learning foundations that were released in August of last year. Our innovative preschool program is also piloting the new Desired Results Developmental Profile, or DRDP assessment, which is a comprehensive observation-based assessment instrument used to track the developmental progress of young children. Next slide, please. The beginning of the year update provided information regarding the strategic change ideas that the district has undertaken. These change ideas are aligned to the district goals of literacy, relationships, and safety. The first, acquire consistency in instructional practices by implementing evidence-based methodologies like structured literacy and universal design for learning. Implement a strategic assessment calendar to increase data points for real-time interventions instead of having lagging data. And identify and implement aligned supplemental learning resources to increase student learning both in class and outside of class. The second change idea is to increase student and family supports and experiences. This entails cultivating engagement through increased positive contact and learning, cultural awareness opportunities, and the showcasing of our students' talents. Finally, the last change idea, create safe and supportive learning environments. We will do this by providing more small group and individual interventions, increasing staff trainings in trauma-informed and restorative practices, and strengthening the family-school partnership by increasing supportive contacts. To close, the information provided this evening is a baseline. Future updates will provide more data of progress and refinement. With that, Board of Trustees, I conclude the report, and I open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mendez, for keeping it brief. Mr. Hurd, do we have any callers in the queue?
Madam President, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Do we have any in-person comments? Seeing none, I will bring this back to board discussion. Any questions or comments from the board? Trustee Zhang.
Yeah, no question, just same thing, comments. So thank you for the report. It was really diligently done. So I like the improvement, all the status really shows a lot of progress, especially a lot of the programs we're talking about. So I appreciate for bringing up the report. Thank you.
Ladies first.
I was just going to say thank you for delivering this information almost as strongly as Freeman's walk-off home run in the 18th. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Trustee Delgado.
Trustee Brooks.
Thank you once again for putting this on paper so we can see, us as the board, we try to make sure that all kids have everything they need to be successful when it comes, but the programs that we support, it's good to see them on paper and how they're supporting our kids. So thank you once again for the report, and thank you for keeping it brief.
Trustee McCutcheon.
Ditto. This is in our book, but can we take it out and keep it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, and you got a stapler over there or something? I appreciate the presentation. Again, I always look forward to seeing the outcome of where we are, because to be able to see it on paper and trying to think about it is two different things. I'm a visual person, so this is.
Again, I think this is like the data-informed presentations that we've been asking for, and I think you're hearing from the board here that this is good, and we would like to, see, he says thank you again. Yeah. I do have a question about the chronic absenteeism rate, which is at 22.5%. Where was it pre-pandemic?
Pre-pandemic, we were down to approximately 11%. I think we were even bordering 10%.
Wow.
Yes.
So we are nowhere close to pre-pandemic levels.
No, we've had significant declines, but then we plateaued. So we have to revisit some of our systems in order to get the next decreasing of chronic absenteeism rates.
So when you dive into this data, like what is the number one barrier for kids showing up to school?
Well, I mentioned the normalization of non-attendance. I think that's a big barrier. Another barrier that we're facing is the changing of laws with regards to attendance and holding people accountable.
Like truancy laws? you mean?
Truancy laws, yes.
Okay.
That's another barrier.
Is early school time a barrier?
I would have to research that, trustee. I don't think it's a significant enough barrier, but we can research that. I know it's a variable, but I'm not sure how significant of a variable it is.
Yeah, I'd like for us to, I know you said you guys have knocked on 500 doors. Is that what you said?
Last school year.
Last school year.
Yeah, we aim to improve that.
So when you knock on doors, what do you hear?
Sometimes you don't hear anything because they don't answer.
Okay, but when they answer,
I would say in my experience, most of the time you don't hear anything because they don't answer, but when they do, they offer reasons like illness. They offer reasons like overslept. They don't really reveal any hardships, but they're there just from them opening the door and such. And then there's also some environmental factors in play when you make those home visits.
And who makes these home visits?
Usually it's administrators.
Okay.
We have liaisons as well that make home visits.
Like the school principal goes and knocks on the doors?
Yes, and our learning directors and our assistant principals.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yes.
Okay. You need some board members is what they asked. I don't know. The suspension rates, what is it compared to pre-pandemic levels?
The pre-pandemic levels, let me get back to you on that, but I believe that we were pretty close to what they are currently. I think that we dropped down to maybe 4.5 one year, but let me get back to you with that exact data.
Yeah. And I'm only asking because we are hearing a lot about behavior issues, like overwhelm, like evacuation of classrooms and things like that. It seems like, how does this tie into the suspension rates? Are you seeing an increase in suspension rates because of behavior issues? But
Are we seeing an increase in suspension rates? Yes.
okay, because of the behavior issues.
Yeah, they correlate with behavior
Okay.
issues, yes.
And so you've heard overwhelming testimony
last board meeting and even today, significant amount of testimony from teachers. So how do we support our educators with this issue?
So we first listen to them. All feedback is good feedbacks, whether it's here at the podium, whether it's through email, whether it's through committee work, like our PBIS committee, our CISD committee. So we take that information and we revisit our systems. So in this case, we're revisiting our extreme behavior response. And we're listening to our team members and saying, hey, we need to have more direction of how to respond. And then we also need more support on when we've exhausted all the tiers. What do you have for us? So we're revisiting that. We're also revisiting our operational capacity to potentially house more students at alternative placements like CDS.
Yeah, because what I get from when we hear the testimony is we need help now. I'm glad we're listening to them, right? Listening is good.
Yeah.
But what action and how quickly can we implement, say, like a zero tolerance? Like evacuation of a classroom is something that just still doesn't make sense to me because you're disrupting the education of 20 plus students in a classroom for one student. So do we have a zero tolerance policy for that? Or do we let, like, when once a couple of them said, well, they go into the office and they come back with candy, like, obviously that's not working,
California
right?
Education Code really opposes a zero tolerance policy. But we do have a response policy with regards to behaviors that we need to refine.
Okay.
And as I mentioned before, we are looking at immediate responses to extreme behaviors and long-term responses.
Yeah, I hope that we get that message across to the teachers, to the classroom, especially in classrooms where there's a lot of disruption. So as quickly as we can get that information, you've heard a lot of good, they have solutions. So not committees, not listening, but actions.
Yes.
Would be great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Are you sure you don't want to break?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, we're good, okay. Item C.
Whatever you got.
Okay, 7C, MCSD beginning of the year update lowest performing students report, 2025-26. Assistant Superintendent Sergio Mendez and Director of State and Federal Programs, Director Aaron Alexander.
Thank you, and good evening, trustees and executive cabinet. Tonight you will receive a beginning of the year briefing on MCSD's lowest performing students that will set the stage for subsequent reports on December 9th, March 10th, and June 23, 2026. Next slide, please.
Can you repeat those dates again, please?
Yes, December 9th, March 10th, and June 23rd, as referenced in the governance calendar.
Okay. Thank you. Please proceed, yes.
The state of California has determined MCSD has 5 subgroups of students that are underperforming compared to the other subgroups: Black African American students, students with disabilities, long-term English learners, students placed in foster care, and students experiencing homelessness. The screen will show the number of students currently this school year. Next slide, please. This data establishes a critical baseline. While the official California dashboard release is set for November 13th, our team uses early preliminary data to inform our immediate actions. On a district-wide level, the data confirms the challenge remains significant. Our preliminary results indicate chronic absenteeism increased by 1.4% and the suspension rate increased by 1.3% for all students compared to the previous school year. These marginal increases signal our system continues to need to be refined and make adjustments accordingly. When we disaggregate the results, we see a mixed pattern that helps us to continue to target resources accordingly. We are seeing few spots that indicate and validate our investments. Notably, our foster youth demonstrated a dual decline with a 1.7 decrease in chronic absenteeism and a 4.4% drop in suspensions. We also saw a significant 8.2 decline in the suspension rate for long-term English learners. However, these successes are contrasted by increases in absenteeism for the same LTL group, long-term English learner group, and increases across both metrics for homeless and Black African American student groups. This data reveals that the specific student populations that require a highest level of intensive support. As an example, Black African American students, again, preliminary data, the California dashboard will validate these results, but we're looking at 6.3% increase year to year, and a suspension rate increase of 3.8% year to year. For our homeless students, preliminary data shows that chronic absenteeism increased 10.5% and suspension rates increased 5.4%. So as we mentioned, these data points reveal that our students require more intensive support. Next slide, please. This slide presents the current status of our lowest performing students, utilizing both preliminary CASP data and our local M-Class reading risk screener. Overall, we see that our foundational interventions are beginning to yield results, moving the system out of stagnation. For all students, we registered 2% growth in English language arts and a 1% growth in mathematics. This modest systemic progress is an important first step, but it confirms the challenges discussed earlier. We are seeing incremental change, not the accelerated change or need for our students. When we look deeper into our targeted groups, we identify both areas of strategic success and critical inconsistencies. On the positive side, our focus on literacy is making headway. Black African American students, students with disabilities, and long-term English learners all demonstrated growth from 1% to 3% in ELA. Furthermore, our homeless students and long-term English learners both registered important 1% and 2% gains in mathematics, showing that our supports are creating forward movement for these vulnerable populations. These improvements validate our strategy toward targeted resource allocation and confirm that shifts in instructional practice are taking hold where they are most needed. However, data also provides a clear mandate for continual strategic refinement. We observe that a positive momentum we've generated in ELA is not yet uniformly reflected across all core subjects and student groups. For instance, the same group seeing ELA gains showed declines in math performance, and our foster youth experienced slight decreases in both areas. These inconsistencies serve as a critical indicator. We must continue to refine and target our lesson design, intervention supports, and ability to reach all learners. Next slide, please. Our commitment to improve outcomes starts with providing our lowest performing students with increased high-quality instructional time. We are currently leveraging our expanded learning opportunities program funding to deliver targeted and intensive learning dosage outside the traditional school day. We understand that this meeting the students' holistic needs, whether it is academic, social, or emotional, and is paramount to success. Currently, we have over 1,000 students enrolled in these opportunities, connecting with additional academic support, positive peer engagement, and enriching activities designed to recenter them and solidify foundational skills lost during periods of chronic absenteeism. These expanded learning opportunity programs are another pathway for supporting the students we just identified, particularly our most vulnerable populations. The array of programs visible on this slide are strategically aligned to offer not only extended literacy, but also crucial connections to positive role models and a sense of belonging, all essential components for reversing negative trends in absenteeism and suspensions. The goal is to maximize the impact of this time by ensuring every program hour is strategically deployed to mitigate deficits and build the confidence necessary for continued academic re-engagement. To ensure we're being effective stewards of these resources, we are addressing a critical operational bottleneck. We're currently developing a local data dashboard specifically designed to identify how students are being impacted by these community partnerships and extended day programs in real time. We are currently disaggregating and analyzing this crucial data manually, a process that's both time consuming and is prone to lag. This new dashboard will allow us to immediately pivot resources and instructional strategies. This immediate responsiveness is essential to ensure every dollar of ELP funding delivers measurable, accelerated growth the board expects. Next slide, please. Our commitment to strategic improvement is defined by action. We have immediately accelerated several key initiatives to address the performance inconsistencies and discipline challenge observed in the preliminary data. First, we are investing deeply in instructional equity. Our entire staff is receiving professional development and universal design for learning. This commitment ensures that our lessons, curriculum, and learning environments are designed from the ground up to be flexible, reflective of student identity, and accessible to all, a necessary step to drive simultaneous growth across ELA and mathematics. This work is foundational to improving academic outcomes for students with disabilities and Black African American students, ensuring instructional content meets them where they are. Second, we're focusing on behavioral health and belonging by expanding our relational supports. We have partnered with Restorative Justice League to embed systems for proactive conflict resolution and relational building, ensuring students have more skilled adults on campus to guide positive peer interaction. This targeted support is essential for reversing the concerning trends in suspension rates across our student groups. Complementing this year, we've successfully identified student champions months ahead of where we were last year. This early identification process allows us to rapidly connect our most vulnerable students to trusted adults on campus, serving as a proactive warning system, perhaps to mitigate the root causes of chronic absenteeism, suspension, and low achievement. Finally, every student has access to IXL, our personalized learning platform, which serves as a precision tool for differentiated supplemental instruction. In closing, these combined efforts from UDL and Restorative Justice to early champion model students identified and personalized instruction represent our high leverage investment in improving equity and accelerating student outcomes across all 5 strategic goals. At this time, I would like to thank our student champions across our district who have raised their hands to continually to strategically support our lowest performing students on their campuses, and our coordinator, Crystal Russell, for setting up our sites in the champion effort, making sure site-based champion model programs are efficient. Next slide. In closing, we approach our improving student outcomes as defined by a commitment to a whole child. We recognize that academic growth cannot happen in isolation. A student must feel safe, supported, and connected before they can fully engage in learning. To meet that diverse and complex needs revealed in our data, MCSD is investing strategically by providing additional high-leverage support throughout the day and beyond. Again, high-leverage tutoring services are providing precision academic dosage to these lowest performing students to help accelerate them in ELA and math. We thank the board for your continued trust as we execute these strategies. We're confident that this intentional layered approach will lead to sustained significant growth for the students that they deserve. MCSD will learn more about the impacts of our action steps when the state of California releases the California School Dashboard on November 13, 2025. With that, MCSD looks to identify impacts of its actions through questions that include, but are not limited to, how is contracting with community partners, providing students access to independent learning platforms, and after-school programming impacting student outcomes for both last school year and Q1 for the 2025-26 school year. MCSD looks to provide specific responses to these questions at the December 9th, 2025 Board of Education meeting. This concludes the preliminary report on MCSD's lowest performing students. I'll yield the floor to the board to listen to questions, comments, and concerns that can be responded to at the December 9th board meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Mr. Hurd, do we have any callers in the queue?
Madam President, there are no caller in the queues.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Do we have any in-person comments for this item or for this presentation? Seeing none, I will bring it back to the boards for questions and comments. Mr. Trustee.
Thank you, Mr. Lanzer, for giving us the data of the lowest performance. Roman, just one question. I see that we have over 1,200 of students with disability, about 11% of enrollment. My question to you is, a lot of the programs serve, how do we know that they're also serving our IDD or student with disability? The way I looked at it, a lot of the programs after school are pretty much mainstream kids. Are there any vendors out there that specialize, that really focus on our disability students or IDD? It came to my attention because I went to this training and they're just saying that a lot of IDD students were never being in the picture of services. So I just want to prove them wrong, that they are actually on our top priority as well. So could you elaborate a little bit about who is serving uh, as part of their vendors who serve our IDD or student with disability.
Sure.
I know chronic absenteeism has played a big role in lowest performance in there. I can't argue with that. I'm just arguing, how can we make sure the IDD students or students with disability get fair shots of the services?
Thank you. If you turn to slide 5, the title of that slide should be Contracted Services Enrollment Impact. Thank you, Mr. Spangler. If you can put that back up on the board. You'll see that there are 6 referenced vendors. First of all, our Merced Academy of Rising Scholars, with 394 students. Of that, there are 11% of the students who are participating who happen to be a student with disabilities. Students with aspiring goals are after school and Saturday sports camps, looks like 8%. Harvest Park Educational Center serving 18%, Mathnasium 11%. And so how do we make sure that all students have access, but specific to the lowest performing? We do targeted marketing in terms of opportunities for our lowest performing student groups before we go district-wide. We make sure we have a targeted approach to allow these families to have a first crack at it. A lot of these are based on ELP funding, and ELP funding or Expanded Learning Opportunities Program funding is really aimed at unduplicated students, which I haven't seen the report yet from CalPADS from Census Day, but typically Merced City School District is about 80% unduplicated, which means that students are foster youth, they're English learners, and or come from homes that are low socioeconomically disadvantaged. So targeting and allowing these families who may have students that are underperforming may have a first opportunity to enroll.
And just follow-up questions on that. How do we make sure, or in terms of outreach, are we specific, assigned staff or targeted the disability students? Is that, what forms? Are we talking to them directly, invite them, or do we call parents to put them in these programs, or how do we recruit?
There's not, in terms of one-on-one phone calls or not one-on-one phone calls made, we do our best to promote it district-wide in terms of what's allowable. A lot of times when there are an individual education plan meetings, if the team feels that they can use additional resources, those staff people that may be in the room, typically there has to be an administrator in the room, could offer more services, but not necessarily right into their goals or actions to meet their needs. So, and then clearly we're looking at the demographics to make sure groups are being represented well or adequately with parity.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Director Aaron Alexander, for this. I do have a couple questions. Can we go to the slide that says lowest performing students enrollment? And I'm just trying to understand the numbers. So it has African Americans at 494. And then when we go to the chronic absentees, it's basically at 45%. So basically 50%. So based on the numbers, yeah, that's the next slide. 45%, we're gonna round up to 50 for easy numbers. So the 494, you're saying about 50% of those kids do not come to school, chronic absentees, correct?
Preliminary data is saying that, yes.
Okay.
So ultimately, chronic absenteeism was defined by missing 10% or more of enrollment days.
Gotcha.
So typically a school year is 180 days, so they're missing 18 or more days.
Okay, so out of this 494, not all African-American students are included. It's only the African-American students that are lowest performing, correct?
Thank you for that. No, the 494 is representative of all African-American students on slide 2.
From TK
through 8, are actively enrolled in our schools.
Yeah, come back to me. I'm.
Okay.
Can't touch it, can't touch it. Okay.
Go ahead.
For me, it's disheartening, especially when we only have 400 and something students. I know that we're doing the best, well, I don't think it's the best we can, but we're actually trying to do something for all our students. We've gotten a lot of things put in place. Even for the foster youth, 110, when you look at the chronic absentee is 25.2 and suspension rate is 10%. I mean, and it's a 1%, we're looking at 1% total enrollment. That's pretty high. So it's concerning and it's heartbreaking. I mean, I'm not even sure at this point what it is that we can do. I mean, I know we got all these things in place. I'm just speechless. I'm just speechless. It's heartbreaking.
And can we go back to the number, because I'm trying to understand this. So 494 African-American students in the entire system for MCSD.
That's correct, yes.
Right, so when we look at the chronic absentees, it's the chronic absentees out of this number, not the entire number, right, the 494.
So to clarify, of the, and this is last year's data.
Okay.
So again, I'm looking forward to the California dashboard to come out so that we get hard data. We'll know exactly how many students last school year were chronically absent, because sometimes they make adjustments based on enrollment number of days and things of that nature. But based on, again, our district-based data we pull from our own student database through Aries, last year's students, and perhaps I should have included the number of students last year, or Black African-American. Last year, we had 44.9% of our Black African-American students chronically absent.
Right. I'm just trying to understand the numbers, because if we can understand the numbers, we can kind of maybe, take a shot at the solution. If we're lumping all the kids in there, if we're lumping all the kids in these numbers, but some of these kids are doing good, right?
Yes.
Okay, so.
Many of them are.
Many of them are, right? So when we're talking about the chronic absentees, when you take this number, we'll just, we'll go up to 500, the easy numbers, and then you say about 50% of them are chronic absentees. So you're saying about 250 African-American students are coming to class, and out of how many of those students are the ones that we need to help? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Correct, yeah, and that's, again, I'm looking forward to on the 9th to have a more complete data set to reveal to the district that, again, that the state is reflecting on again, the California dashboard is more like the scoreboard for our district. And so that way we have the exact numbers that we're counting with the chronic absenteeism. Because again, based on some of the formulas that the state uses to derive their results on a dashboard, and Assistant Superintendent Mendez mentioned this, there's lagging data. The dashboard is representative of last year's data. And so to that point, I'm looking forward to getting exact numbers for you, so that way we can all start finding, again, root cause analysis. Again, we're mentioning we have a lot of things going on to support our students. And again, why aren't students coming to school more often? And clearly there are some students, Black African-American students per last year, again, 44.9 are missing 10% or more of their school year. Students experiencing homelessness, we see in our preliminary data, 61.4 of those students were missing 10% or more. Our long-term English learners, 55.8% of them are missing 10% or more of the school year. And so, again, looking forward to getting the real numbers from the California dashboard, the ones that our district is being evaluated on, not only at the state level, our local county level, and the same way schools. At a training we had last Wednesday with Administrative Council, Deputy Superintendent and Director Cooper were leading each school in regards to a hot list, if you would, or based on attendance, and principals were sharing some of the things that they were doing at their site last year. Even day by day, we're studying what was happening day by day, and it was a really great exercise. And getting that granular level, sharing some change ideas can really come about with great change. So I'm looking forward to presenting that official, if you would, data come December 9th.
Mr. Alexander, when you give that information, I'd also like to see how many of the foster youth African-American students are at the community day school.
What percentage? Yeah, what percentage is at the community day school? Definitely. I do have a couple more questions, though. when we go to the contract services enrollment impact, it does look like African Americans and others use these services quite often, or, based on this. Do we know how they're performing? Do we know if we have, huh? Yeah, no, go ahead. Yeah. Do we know how they're performing in these? Because it looks like that, all of these, they do use these. So what is the outcome? Are they performing a little bit better?
I'm looking forward to getting that data to you and again, teeing up the night for us all, because again, we'll have the official state data in our graphs, so we can do the granular program by program, demographic by demographic that do take part in all of our contracted services, such as you're mentioning, whether it be MARS, Improve Your Tomorrow, Mathnasium, et cetera.
Gotcha.
I love the questions. Keep them coming. Thank
And
you.
then I got two more. I have a child with disability, and of course I have Black kids. So when we see students with disabilities and African Americans, they're two separate. My daughter wouldn't be considered in both.
Yes, some students, in your case, with your own child, thank you for the example, would be counting in both if you would, because
Gotcha.
that demographic.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Yes, so you see, we see it through demographics, and then we see it through groups, student groups.
Gotcha.
So you see
Because they're two
demographics,
different
but
things,
yes.
the
And student
demographic.
groups are student with disabilities, English learners, et cetera.
Gotcha, okay. And then last but not least, I know you guys, even the superintendent, met with the Black Parallel even, a couple years ago. I remember they had some asks, and it was a coordinator or a liaison between, these families, because sometimes, it takes somebody that looks like you for that trust factor. And how far are we with that? Or are we close to even?
I know that executive cabinet is measuring that. I'm not sure if there's anything to share there. Thank you.
As far as that position, it is, we're actually collaborating with our labor partners, so it's in their hands right now. We have to wait for their process to take its course, and then as soon as that happens, then we can bring it here to the Board of Trustees for a vote.
Gotcha. So do we have a time frame with that? Next school year, that should be done, or?
We are hopeful at the beginning of 2026, about January. Again, it goes through their process, which is out of our hands.
Gotcha.
Why does it have to go through their process? Like, for example, for like dual immersion, we hire coordinators. Do we have to go through a process for that too?
Yes, so we have to negotiate a job description. We did not have a job description for that particular position, so we have to negotiate that with the union, because
So it's a new job?
Correct, yes.
It's a new job.
It's a new classification.
And so you said you have to do what?
We have to negotiate with the union, the duties and the pay.
So basically, from what I'm understanding with that is, it's not, it doesn't go to the bargaining table, it's the whoever the labor rep is and the president, and you guys kind of do it like that. So it shouldn't be that hard of a process.
They have to, so that's correct. So we meet with the labor rep. We negotiate what the job description looks like. It goes through their, what's called a 610
Right.
process. And so that is where it's at this point.
So it's at the 610. So you guys have already done your thing, they just need to look it over and approve it.
Yes, we've been in communication with them. They know it's in their hands. I'm not sure
shouldn't
what
be
their
that long.
process and their timeline is, because that's their process. But we meet with the labor rep weekly, and I can follow up with them again on Wednesday when we meet with them.
Yeah, and I think it was funded through LCAP, if I'm not mistaken. This was a LCAP funding.
Yes, I think.
Yeah, I think it was 2 years ago, it was cleared for LCAP, if I'm not mistaken. I remember that, though.
I would have to follow up on that.
Yep.
Okay.
So one last thing, I know somebody has a question other than me, but in the future, this is very disheartening. Can we have the disheartening stuff first, so then we can be happy with, you know what I'm saying, with the green, because.
The green.
You know what I'm saying, the sequence of it, because this is to take this home, this is heavy, you know what I'm saying? I'd like to, it kind of it overrides the good, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Again, I think this is going back to this data-informed presentation, so we really understand. What I would like to have seen here also is the CASP data, right? Because if you actually put the CASP data and use it to
And if you drill down, there's like multiple ways to drill it down. You'll see, like, I remember looking at even a couple years ago, Black African-American students, their math scores, only like 9% were meeting standards. Like close to like 70% were at least 3 grade levels below, right? So this is not something that has just happened post-COVID, or this has been a long-standing issue. And so for like, if you go back to CASP data that is on the Smarter Balance website, you will see that the trend line has been like this for a long time, over a decade. So we have now invested, like if I look at this presentation here, I'm sorry. It says, 1,014 students, and they have been, how much funding have we spent on this 1,014 students? Right, if we're talking, like, is the 1,014 students inclusive of all the students that are using, or is it just these particular groups that we're talking about today?
So are you referring to
So
slide?
it says contracted services, enrollment impact, and. Yeah, that's on the screen. It says 1,014 students.
So the access to the services and extended day opportunities is available to all students.
No, but that's not my question. My question is the 1,014, is it all students who are accessing the extended learning, or is it just these, like, is it a separate number? How many students are accessing or after school, the extended learning programs? And what percentage of this number is a total of that?
We can get that information to you.
Okay, and I need to know how much we're spending, and because if these students, first of all, you have to attend school to attend extended day.
Correct.
Right, like that is the most important thing here. If you look at these numbers.
Our goal is that extended day will want them to go to school more often.
No, actually, you have to come to school and learn, and then extended day happens. I think that's what we have to do. Extended day is extended day, and learning has to happen in school. So you have to come to school to learn. And I think we've focused so much on extended learning, and we have spent millions of dollars on extended learning, which is great, which all students need and deserve, but you have to come to school. You have to come to learn to do extended day. So my point is we need to understand if all of these programs are actually having an impact on the scores. So let's just take mathnasium, right? 6% of students are African-American, and 11% or 8% are long-term English learners. Could we look at the 6% and 8% of the 64, which is not a lot of kids, and say, can you look at their scores and put it in a WOB or something so we understand, like, which will become public, right? So like, that's the type of data which will really help us to see if it's actually working.
We have that information available from last school year, and then
Where's the
this
data?
school year's information obviously will be available at the next iteration of this presentation.
The December 9th meeting will
Correct.
have this information.
Yeah, up to that point.
So out of the 6% of students that are in mathnasium, you'll be able to look at their numbers and see if they're math proficient.
Yes.
Eventually, yes, yes.
But you eventually, but that information in WOB or wherever you, like, it would be great, so we can come prepared to the December 9th meeting to ask additional
So
questions.
we do
Does not mean it's gonna be prepared for December, huh?
No, well, we have we have an assessment calendar that identifies when we provide the next assessment window. And the next assessment window for the majority of our assessments will be in late January, early February.
I have a quick question here. Out of the, I'm sorry I'm asking questions, but we look at the suspension rates. It's for, if I look at all the groups, African-American Black students are at 15%, but our district is at 6%, right? I would like to have disaggregated information between middle school and elementary school, because middle schools have had restorative justice for about 2 years now? Correct?
This is the second year of the middle school restorative
So so just some disaggregated information so we can really look at to see if these interventions are working, if having these programs are working.
Yeah.
Because if not, then we need to say, what do we need to do to change the outcomes? Because again, if you look at this number has been so steady for so long. And not, I mean, even like chronic absentees from long-term English learners, 55%. That's just a lot of kids that are missing. They're not even part of learning. So we can offer like rainbows and unicorns, but if they're not in the classroom, if they're not attending, then we're not gonna make a difference.
That's correct.
And so this data's great, but I feel like the district has had this data for so long. So Mr. Mendez, you've said this baseline data for so long, and I keep hearing the baseline. For how many years are we looking at baseline data? You've had this data, right? So this is not baseline data anymore. COVID happened 5 years ago, 4 years ago. So we keep talking about baseline, we're at a baseline, we're at a baseline. At some point, no, we're like action. Like this is not baseline. This is the reality of so many of our students. Right, Mr. Alexander?
Well, I think baseline may be referring to the first iteration of the data for this school year. We do have a lot of things going on that we're really proud of. Clearly, we want more kids to come to school because our staff are ready for them to teach them and inspire them. And so it is a group effort, not only from the board, but administrators, teachers, parents, families, community members. And
Mr.
really,
Alexander, you're okay. It's okay.
no, I'm passionate
You're okay.
about making
No, I
sure
get
kids
it.
get what they
No, no,
need.
no.
It's
We're
part of why
okay.
I'm here. And, we come to work every day for all kids, and the kids that we pointed out here, the lowest performing students, we hear the alarm. We see it, the data's showing it year after year. And so we're doing some things that are different that we've never done before. And I'm excited about that because I feel over time, we will build and continue to build positive outcomes for students and providing things that they may not have. I was approached by a couple of community members, and they were happy that we were providing some things that, whether it's childcare, because it's expensive out there in our community, and it's free after-school care, to enrolling them in the WNBA, MBA contract we have with the city of Merced. That frees up income for them, but their children can still participate. And so, I'm passionate about student achievement. I'm passionate about kids who may not have things that they may need. And so we're going to continue to use that passion personally and continue to strive for these kids so they can dream a dream and connect with what they want to do in life. So thank you.
Again, this is not, we're all passionate here, right? So we're having these conversations because these conversations needs to happen out in the open so that, like the question is, we've known it's been bad for so long. So that's all. This is not like saying you're not passionate or like staff are not doing their job or doing I'm really trying to understand the barriers so that we can remove those barriers and have these students come to classroom, learn, be successful, and then attend the after school. Like I think before school, maybe we offer more before school programs too. So it is frustrating I look at a lot of data and like the CAS data, if you look at it, is very sobering, especially for these groups that we're talking about. So I am hoping that the investments that we're making will materialize, and if they're not, then we need to know and look for other things that we can invest in. Okay, right, any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you, thank you. All right, what is next? Information items and sunshine letter from Merced City Teachers Association to Merced City School District. Director Dr. Don Hubble.
Good evening. This item is an information item for your review. I offer the sunshine letter for Merced City Teachers Association to Merced City School District.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hurd, do we have any callers in the queue for this item?
Madam President, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you so much. Any in-person comments for this item? Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, thank you for this information item. Next, we move on to consent. Items placed under the consent category are considered routine in nature and/or within the $35,000 threshold. I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as submitted. A motion by trustee Brooks,
Second.
second by clerk Delgado. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion passes. Item 10, public hearing. Public hearing on the Sunshine Letter from Merced City School District, MCSD, to the Merced City Teachers Association, MCTA. Director, Dr. Don Hubble. Is public hearing, does it need a board, like, do we have to, is there a second motion? Do we have to? Okay, let's open it, yeah. I open the public hearing at 9:46 PM. Mr. Hurd, do we have any callers in the queue?
Madam President, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Do we have any in-person comments for this public hearing? Okay. Can you please come to the podium and state your name and make your comment?
No whispering.
It's okay, she's clarifying a question. It's too late, we're already past the consent agenda.
Because you all did ask for questions from the last thing that you did before this, when you were discussing the data. You didn't, when you all finished, you didn't say, is there anybody on the queue for that one? And did any audience, because I was waiting.
For the lowest performing students?
Yes.
Oh, because,
Oh, you don't do that, or?
no, I did. Yeah, I did.
No, not at the, because you usually ask it at the.
Did I?
Wait, for-
Okay, I don't,
Do we have any callers?
no, I think we did any callers.
Yeah, she did. You ask it at the beginning or at the end, before?
It's usually at the beginning. You make the comment at the beginning, not at the end.
Okay.
But, we're happy to talk to you after the meeting for any questions. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll stay after the meeting if you want to stay till after the meeting.
Okay.
Or if you have my number, you can also call me. I'm happy to connect with you, or you can connect with,
If you send your comments to me, I'll be sure to share them with the entire board. Thank you.
okay. Okay, now we close the public hearing at 9:49 PM. Do we have any questions? Do we have to discuss this or pass it as a motion? I don't think so, right? No, that's it. So we move on to item 11? Yeah. Okay, good, we're good on the,
For the public hearing, you need a motion.
do we? I thought,
It's an action item. A public hearing is an action item. It requires a motion.
On the annotated, it says motion and second, and it says I entertain motion for a second. To hold the public hearing, I think is what it is.
but we opened and we closed it, so we held the public hearing.
That's
They
what- yeah.
saying you need a motion to open the public hearing, so just redo it, get a motion, open it, and close it.
Okay, we're going to redo this.
Can we make a motion to open a public hearing?
Yeah, there's a motion to open the public hearing by trustee Brooks. Is there a second? Second by clerk Delgado. All those in favor? Aye. Okay, I now open the public hearing at 9:50 a.m. PM, sorry. Open. It's late, I'm sorry. I've had a lot of candy. I am so sorry. I open the public hearing at 9:50 PM. Any callers in the queue, Mr. Hurd?
Madam President, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Any in-person comments for this public hearing? Seeing none, we close the
Public hearing at 9:50 PM. Thank you. No, right, there's no motion to
The
close it.
motion line was not removed on the annotated, but there is no action.
Okay. We will,
You don't need a motion to close.
okay,
Thank you.
perfect, we're done. We will refine this language here, and yes, we will learn. Next item, board action, educational services, approve the Merced County Office of Education Induction Program, TIP, 2025-27 MOU. Director, Dr. Audrey Garza.
Good evening. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the MOU with Merced County Office of Education for the Teacher Induction Program for the 2025 through 2027 school year.
Thank you. Mr. Hurd, do we have any callers in the queue for this item?
Madam President, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Do we have any in-person comments for this item? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the board? If not, I will entertain a motion to approve. Motion by Clerk Delgado. Is there a second? Second by Trustee McCutcheon. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion passes. Item 12, board action. Human Resources. Approve resolution number H-02-2025-26, resolution to reduce classified school services preschool for the 2025-26 school year. Director, Dr. Dawn Hubble.
Good evening again.
Good evening.
It is recommended that the board approve resolution number H-02-2025-2026, resolution to reduce classified school services preschool for the 2025-2026 school year.
Okay. Mr. Hurd, do we have any callers in the queue?
Madam President, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Do we have any in-person comments for this item? Seeing none, any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Brooks. Is there a second? Second by Trustee McCutcheon. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have the same right. Motion passes.
Thank you.
No, my glasses are not working. I think I picked, my prescription changed, so I can't see.
The meeting lasted that long. She needs her yearly checkup. That's much time has passed.
Like, okay, I'm just.
Get back on track.
Okay. Board action, superintendent, review and approve town hall meeting structure. Superintendent Stocking.
Thank you, President Lackeretti. As requested by the board, you'll see the review and approve town hall meeting structure. It's recommended that the Board of Education provide direction and reach consensus on the structure and format of future town hall meetings. I know there was some talk of potentially having a guided agenda so that it was more structured. There was also talk of leaving it open. I do have, based on the feedback of a more structured meeting with still open time for the public, I have a sample that I'd like to share with you, reflecting what that could look like. But again, this is in no means a recommendation, it's just based on the ask and idea. The highlighted area you'll see is the area for the open public comment. We've also, I know there's been feedback about how do we get more participation. We thought maybe bringing food and feeding our families that attend. So if you want to read each of the components or open it up, I just wanted to provide a sample.
Okay, thank you for that, Superintendent Stocking. Mr. Hurd, do we have any callers in the queue?
Madam President, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you. Do we have any in-person comments for this item? There is one.
Good evening. Yeah, I recall last meeting that you guys were debating this. It takes me back to when Mr. Brooks was running for office and you held a meeting, I will call it a town hall, but I'm not exactly sure. And He was a candidate, and we did come and we were able to have a conversation with him, and I thought that was very valuable. So my thought, this is just me personally, not MCTA, but just myself, I think it's important that the community does have a chance to come and speak to our trustees. I agree with Trustee Zhang that there are some people that just don't want to be filmed. They want a more an intimate setting where they can talk one-on-one. So, I don't know if this is breaking rules, but my thought is, maybe it's held in, your district, and there may be one other trustee there, because then we're not with a quorum. We don't have all 5 of you there, because I feel it needs to be more of a discussion than somebody just at the podium telling you something and you can't respond to it. Nobody wants to go to that. Why would I want to go to that if I'm not going to get an answer? I want to go and talk to you and give you my opinions and have a conversation. So those are just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paz, for your comments. Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. Any thoughts?
So I like this idea, but I'm not really down for a town hall because, again, we can't speak. The idea of 2 people there is a little more practical, but we can also do a study session, and the board can be there, because a study session is just that. You can interact with the community, and we can interact back. And it could be a meeting, it can still be a meeting, there's protocol, but we can interact with the community. That would be, to me, more effective than just what we call a town hall, and only, if we want to interact, only 2 people can be there, so it would be considered a meeting. So that's just my thoughts.
Thank you for your thoughts.
I think the same thing, because if you look at the town halls that we had so far, nothing really came out of them that has to do with our students and our kids and so I think the setup, even if we do like our Stargaze superintendent does with the coffee with the superintendent, you can do coffee with the trustees, because once again, that way, I don't like the town halls because it's like the same setup here. They stand up there, they talk, and there's no dialogue in between, so it's not like you're learning anything. You still have to write anything down, but if she was at the podium, she could ask a question, I could respond, and they actually get to know their candidate and the person in their area. But to have a town hall when we're doing the same thing, people just, all it is another meeting. So I think either we have 2 people there where we can have a discussion, or, us as trustees set aside some time where we can do coffee with the trustee, where people can come and have that conversation.
It can be
with
an
us.
agenda, it can be structured, like the behavior of the students. That could be one of the things, to be able to just sit down and have a dialogue. I mean, I know that they gave you know how you say, okay, this is wrong, and then they gave a solution. I mean, to be able to just sit down and not be here in these shoes and have a decent conversation with the community, with the teachers, I would love it.
I would too.
You couldn't keep me from coming. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like we're being productive, and something's gonna come out of this, So that's my thoughts. I won't push my mic anymore because I'm tired.
Trustee Zhang.
Yeah, I'm just going to reiterate that I support town hall meetings, because I think it gives opportunity for, especially this is going to come up in my constituents. I'm advocating for it. And I think before, a lot of my colleagues, you guys were also advocated for town hall meetings. So I think that it's important not just to use 1 or 2 bad town hall meeting reflecting the decision today that you're making, and I don't think that's right. I think we should look at the whole outcomes of the district, not specific 1 town meeting that we have a bad, experience going in there. I think that defeats the purpose. I think one of the things is that if we do speak as a majority at town hall meeting, I think a lot of those has to become an action items, which we can't avoid. So we don't want to do that. And I like the fact that we could listen, take notes, and we could discuss in closed sessions. I think it makes more sense, but I'm all for it. I think it's very important. I think the structure needs to be more intentional. I think it wasn't intentional before, but I think that's we learn. It's okay to be messy, but I think it's better to be messy and correct what we need and move forward. So I am also for town meeting because that gives the opportunity for people to come in and really speak their mind and share what they needs to be done. So I'm for it. Can't wait. Even though all of you don't want to be there, I think it's an opportunity for me to be there and really hear what the community has to say.
Any thoughts, Clerk Delgado?
This was something that we had all sought in order to be able to be connected with our community. I think we're also modeling what we hope we see in the classroom, like this isn't working, so we have to learn from it. And I think the opportunity exists to try something different. So I think my recommendation would be to maybe try the smaller one with 2 trustees, kind of assess if that's effective or not, and then come back to collectively and see if it was productive and we reached the people in our areas that we were hoping to reach and who wanted to reach out to us. And then evaluate at the end of the year which ones were more effective or most effective for the people that we serve.
I know we have a town hall coming up November 13th, so that has already been scheduled. So my recommendation would be to keep it that way, but the ones, because the goal was to do one every quarter, correct?
Yes,
Yes.
yes,
So-
and 1 per trustee area.
And 1 per trustee area. Okay. So I like this idea of, I think if we just combine those both ideas of wanting to meet with constituents and making it less informal, like I love the idea of a study session. It still allows folks, because then we study about like, for example, anti-bullying. There's food, we study, we sit, we invite community members, and there's an interaction there, correct? Isn't that how study sessions work? You can still do it with all 5. It could be a study session.
The good thing about a study session. Does that make sense? Yes, Merced, our district did it. Our district
Yeah,
did it. That's
like
why I know
Merced
about
City
it.
does it. And
I can get the format of that, and we can have Ann call in, so just to make sure that we're in alignment. Absolutely.
If you can call it a study session and we still can have dialogue.
yeah, I think the goal is to have a dialogue with folks that come to the meeting instead of just making a 3-minute comment. I think that's the goal, correct?
But then are we limited in terms of the nature of the conversation that we can have versus versus a dialogue?
Yeah,
Because we can't, there's only so much things we
We're
can
not
talk
gonna
about.
conduct business. We're having a dialogue.
Anytime we're together, we're conducting business.
Technically, from what I'm
But can you
understanding,
please
from
turn on
what
your
I was-
microphones if you would?
From what I understand from when I was there, I attended one, a couple of them, they had 2, I believe. And I believe the issue, I can't remember what the issue was, but anyway, the community was able to speak. I think it was COVID time or something, but the community was able to speak. And the board responded back to us. And what I got out of it, it made it feel a little more personal. It made it feel like they were humanized.
Right.
You know, and so that's why I liked it. I think you have to, technically, it has to be considered a meeting. And you can kind of bring it about to where what the things, the topics that we want to talk about. But they speak, we can speak, or if they're addressing one person, or if somebody has the answer to that, then they can kind of do that. But we kind of give and take. And just like today, one of the teachers gave some solutions. We may be able to get that from them, or we may be able to ask, well, why do you feel this way? You know what I'm saying? It's just kind of nice to be able to be on the same playing field, is my thoughts. But again, it's up to everybody. I know that for the town halls, I asked for the community to speak up. The president of the teachers union did speak up and say maybe with 2 of you guys. So the idea of interacting with the board, it seems to be, is what they want, which, okay. It's just a matter of how we're gonna do it. And my thought process is I wanna be able to speak. So if 2 people are in this town hall, are you still able to speak, or you have to be quiet and they're just still talking to us? Is my question.
If it's 2 people, you can speak on the topics at hand, and it's not considered a Brown Act because it's not 3. When you get 2 or more, that's when it limits us to what we can say.
So, go ahead.
I'm just saying that that's exactly what I'm saying. We just came from a very intensive Brown Act training. As I recall, if there are three of us in a meeting, doesn't matter what you call a study session, it's three of us, it is the Brown Act, and we need to discuss it. It needs to, make sure that we're not doing that. So I would say the best way, if you wanted to host and no one wants to show up, I'm willing to be there, and one of you just show with me, and yeah, we'll have fun all night without you guys. So I mean, that's how it is. So I'm all for that. Yeah, I'm all for that. But I think if there's three or more of us, and the community are out there and they're asking us questions, and we're debating, we're asking questions as a study session, I think Ann needs to answer that. But I think that's still considered as a Brown Act. Thank you.
So I suggest we not take any action tonight. We go to our attorney and ask her the difference between a study session and like what can we cannot do in a study session. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a town hall at Stephanie Elementary on the 13th. But for the next one, we can, then we come back to our November meeting. Between now and November meeting, we talk to the board attorney and ask her about the study session to confirm study session, to see if that is if all of us are there, if we can still have a dialogue, and if it's a study session, if it's only limited to what's in the study session. But if not, the other option is we can now decide, like, after the November 13th, whatever meetings we'll have will just be with two people. Is that?
Just for clarity, so we do have the November 14th. We know we're going to keep that one on the books.
November
It's
13th.
November 13th, thank you. Hosted in Trustee Sia's trustee area at Joe Stephanie. We want to keep all board members attending or just two?
I would say two, that way we can interact. We wanted to try it with the two, right?
And I mean, you probably should
Hear back from
ask
We haven't
the
voted
trustee.
on it yet.
Yeah.
We have not voted on it.
I mean, I say we should keep this as a regular town hall. Keep it, that would be my preference. So is there a consensus to keep it that way and change it for the next one that we have planned as a two-person event and see how it goes? And then we come back and say, you know what, I like this two-person thing. And so that's what we do. Seems like there's no consensus on that.
Yeah, I second that.
I mean, consensus is all of us, so, yeah. So you do not want to be at the next, you won't be there. Okay, so the three of us will be there, so it'll be a town hall. So let's keep that as a town hall. But for the one after that, let's do a two board member meet and greet and leave it open.
And we'll have Ann confirm all of that.
Do we have to take action on that tonight?
No, because we're not changing anything. Do you want a topic for the upcoming meeting? That was, like, here you'll see one I know at the feedback, some of the discussion was maybe we have a focus on literacy or focus on student behavior or safety. Again, we can keep it open.
Let's keep it open.
Let's keep it open.
Let's keep it
Okay.
open. Okay, go ahead, Chief.
I think that's too broad, and I think that's why we're not seeing people come and speak. Also, sometimes people like some structure and guidance, and so I think if we make it related to one of our board priorities, that we can hear how it is that we're doing or how it is that we're not doing, or changes that they'd like to see. So school safety.
Yeah, we can do school safety, but it could also be open
I
forum.
mean, there's something
yes,
else, but
yeah.
that would be, if somebody like that
Are
would be
you,
that space.
so do we have consensus to do a safety topic at the next town hall? Yeah, so safety, let's make it safety. And then offer food, yeah, let's do this for safety.
Okay, and then knowing it's also open for
Yes.
comment. Okay, thank you.
We don't have to vote on it, right? Or do you want us? We didn't change anything. Okay, there you go.
All right.
Okay, item B, review and approve board self-evaluation tool, Superintendent Stocking.
Thank you, President Lecaretti. As requested, in effort to look at options for board self-evaluation, you will see two types of board self-evaluations in the attachments. The board self-evaluation tool is an annual reflection in the following areas identified by California School Board Association, CSBA, focusing on informed decision-making, strengthen board effectiveness, increase accountability, and continuous improvement. CSBA believes a board self-evaluation can significantly enhance board performance and the district and/or county Office of Education success, leading to greater community confidence. Self-evaluation is an essential responsibility for three key reasons: commitment to continuous learning, data-driven culture, and community accountability. What you'll see here in the attachments are CSBA's board self-evaluation tool information. They do not provide the questions publicly. However, we can request. There is a fee, and then we let them know, and all of that is described to you in the attachments. When is the timeline of which we would like that window for the board to do that self-evaluation assessment? Each board member would do the self-evaluation assessment independently, and then all of that data is then put into one collective board self-evaluation to then glean on areas of strength and then areas for growth. You will also see Merced Union High School District's board self-evaluation tool as requested by the board as another option. It is the same process of which it would be administered electronically and/or paper pencil. But if you do it electronically, also, we can then put all and I can't ever.
Synthesize
It's, yes, but anonymously, I would say, so that each board member can submit it independently and then provide the collective, similar to CSBA. But here with Merced Union High School District, you see the actual questions. It is recommended that the Board of Education review and approve a board self-evaluation tool.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Hurd, do we have any callers in the queue for this item?
Madam President, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you so much. Any comments or questions? Do we have any in-person comments for this item? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for discussion or questions. Go ahead.
I like MUHSD's self-evaluation. It has the questions, and then, I mean, it's neat, and it's well put together. It will make it easy.
Okay, go ahead, Trustee.
Yeah, I just think that this tool will kind of help us keep us in check. Accountability is very important. And as I said many times, it's not just the superintendent and our staff are doing all the work. I think that we all need to pitch in, roll our sleeve, and we're working as one district. So I think as a board, we need to do our diligent role. And I think this also put us in check and accountability as well. Because at the end of the day, if we do sloppy work, I think, we could kind of know who we are. So we want to make sure that if we do it because we care about our kids, it really shows differently. So I think it's a great tool. I think I'm looking forward to it.
I would just ask if we're going to look at the MUHSD board one, there's a couple questions. The phrasing may not elicit an accurate response. So this is, again, just the numbers 6 and 11. If you look at them and you read them and then think about how you answer them, and then is that conveying what you would want it? Do you see what I'm saying?
I like the setup, but
Yes.
the questions.
Yeah, I think if we can go through just to make sure
Yes,
that the
I agree.
questions read, yeah.
Do you,
See what I'm saying? Yeah.
so do we want to pick this and then go back and pick which questions?
We can use that format again, go through it as a group and figure out which questions we want to omit.
Isn't that defeat the purpose? Because I thought it was by the board associations that give us this kind of tool to follow. And if we just kind of pick and choose what we like, then I think it defeats the purpose of doing
So for,
evaluation.
for numbers 6 and 11, it's not to strike the questions, it's to make them read so that they elicit an accurate response, because if you read it.
It's a difficult question.
It's a difficult, right, so that's.
More specific and more.
Or even just removing the do or the not.
Yeah, it's like a,
And then you can answer it, so just like.
Read the question so people know the.
Yeah, so like we just go through and make sure that they read correctly, that we're understanding it. Yes, yeah, so not to change, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Right, yes.
I mean, for me, like, this is great, but do we want to copy MUHSD?
Look, we don't have to reinvent
The wheel on everything.
It's okay.
But the CSBA, I think their tool's also great. I mean, it's like a $300
And this free?
one-time cost, I think.
This is free.
And then we can use our 4 free hours to evaluate.
We don't want-
Yeah, free
okay.
is always better.
So I understand the process, superintendent stocking, and we pick this at this board meeting. When do we look at this and say which questions do we send in our suggestions to as to which questions we want to change or rephrase?
It's really for you as a board president. It's up for you all to, we can work with legal counsel on that if, as trustee Delgado shared for alignment. I can also do some more background with MUHSD to see the alignment to CSBA. It may be that it is exactly aligned. I can check on that, and then we can go from there. I believe in the board governance calendar, it is scheduled for.
We are way past.
It was October, I want to say.
We are delayed, yes.
But being, this is the first time that we're going
None
to,
of this.
the board will do it collectively. So first time is better than never.
Never, yes, and better
so-
late than never.
That's right. And so really, I think the goal is you want to do it annually. You want to do it this year.
Yes.
And also to give feedback to the board moving forward.
So this is what then I would suggest, that we pick this, and then we pick this and say, this is the evaluation tool we're going to use. And then we work with our legal counsel to have her send this to the board and ask her for feedback. Like, everybody gives their feedback, and then we decide on one, like the final questions, and
Yes.
and take it. So who gets this anonymized data? Like, does it come to you? Does it come to the board president?
I will work with Ann Collins on that, our legal counsel for that. And then, if it was just a few questions we're seeing, that is just some word shifts. I mean, that's just a revision. We're not looking at, and I do think
we can't
with the
change too much.
integrity of the tool, you want to be careful how much you start changing it.
I would just recommend if we could all look at it, and if there are questions that we have a question about in terms of the meaning of them, that we just collectively, like.
Now?
No, like, just, like, we're gonna go with this, but like I said, in looking at 6 and 11, if you read that, are there any other questions like 6 and 11
Yeah.
where when you read it, you're going, that's just not phrased?
Do not is not a good
Right.
way to
Exactly.
phrase something. Yeah.
So, and I would just say again, not to change the integrity of the questions or the response, but making sure that the response that's elicited is accurate.
Okay, so
Just if there's any that people flag.
do we need to then take an action to pick, do you want us to take an action to pick this and work with our legal counsel to,
How about action to select a tool? If the board feels comfortable this evening, send your feedback regarding questions to Giselle, to our office.
Yes.
That way we're not leaning on legal counsel for the edits and revision. We'll consolidate that and make sure everybody has the feedback for
Yes.
recommendations for revisions. And then we can bring it back to the next November meeting.
because ideally,
Revised, and you can say, identify when you want to administer it.
ideally, what I was hoping is that in our December meeting, that we talk about the results of this. at our December meeting. What do you all think about that?
Yes.
Okay,
December, so our next board meeting is November 18th, followed by Thanksgiving break, and then the following meeting is Tuesday, December 9th.
yeah, so at the
Okay.
Tuesday, December 9th meeting, I'd like to, before that meeting, finish this, compile the data, all of us talk about it at the December 9th meeting of the results.
I say good. I say yes.
Yeah. Okay, so do I have, so let me state this. So the motion will be to pick the MUHSD Board Self-Evaluation template and have it finished, have it sent to all of us for any type of revisions, and then send that information to Giselle. And then once we have the final document that we all agree on, we take it, send it back by an X date, but at the December 9th meeting is when we discuss this as a board. To discuss the results.
And the only ones that contain the word
Do
or the
not.
phrase do not are 6 and 11.
Okay.
All the
So-
others read.
So I will make a motion to select the MUHSD self-evaluation template and have us do this and discuss the results on the December 9th meeting.
So moved.
Okay, so there's a motion by trustee Brooks, a second by clerk Delgado. All those in favor? Aye. Nays have the same right. Okay, we'll be done quickly. Okay, right? We're good? You're good with this information?
It's all on you.
Okay, okay, the events calendar. Okay, any questions about the events calendar? Any questions about the governance calendar? Items of interest. Who wants to go first?
I could go first.
Go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, I wanted to thank Mr. Hurd, Mr. Allenzer for inviting me to most of the Zoom meeting with Delight program, and look forward to the school visits in the coming months. And also wanted to let the teachers know that we heard you loud and clear. Behavior has become issues in our school, and I know that that's a concern that's brought up to our attention twice already. One of the questions I wanted to raise is that I'd like to hear a little bit more about what grade level, what ethnicity, and what school sites are happening in term, or is it across school? And then also, thank you for the data. It was really eye-opening, particularly our lowest performance. I know chronic absenteeism has been a huge issue, so it has a correlation to our academic success. I wanted to encourage all of you that students can't learn if they're not in school, period. You can't learn if you're not in class. So it's our responsibility as a parents and community, make sure that our kids go to school every day. I can't stress that enough. I believe everybody has a brain. Everybody can learn. I came here as a refugee. I started 8th grade, right? I've never had prior English before, never go to school, and suddenly started 8th grade in America. If I was able to do it, many of you guys started in kindergarten, you could do it. But you can't do it unless you go to school every day. So I'm stressing the importance of making sure your child go to school every day. Thank you.
Trustee Brooks.
I don't have anything to report, but I am going to clear my schedule so I can come into some schools next week. I do want to sit in some classes that have some behavior problems or that need some help with some behavior people, and I do also want to visit CDS. Yeah, to check that out. So I will be clearing my schedule sometime next week to be making visits to schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee McCutcheon.
So I will be rolling with trustee Brooks to attend some schools. I'm looking forward to that. I attended a LCAP meeting at Gracie School. I believe more community showed up for that. So I know that took hard work to get that to happen. It was kind of nice to see. We also had some students in training at the signing up table and actually helping with the food and stuff. So that was kind of nice to see also. Teachers, we hear you loud and clear. We're kind of like you. We don't have an answer, but just know, I'm asking you, I know it's a sense of urgency because it's happening to you. We get it. The thing is, we want to make sure what we're doing is the right thing. We don't want to put something in place or do something that's not going to benefit or do exactly what it is that needs to be done. So I'm asking for a little more patience. This is not the first time. This is not the second time. If I'm correct, I believe last year or so, you guys started talking about behaviors. We hear you loud and clear. Just know that. I've enjoyed being up here with trustees and behind closed doors and having our conversations. We're listening. Just don't think we're not, okay? It's not easy. I work in education also, and we're getting the ones that leave you guys to us, and it's even harder when they get there. So we're gonna try to work this out together. You're not in it by yourself.
Just echoing the sentiments, yes, education is not what it looked like. I'm in my 25th year of teaching, and we do see firsthand what is coming our way. So just like you were invested in creating shifts around the outcomes, I had the opportunity to also attend the LCAP meeting, and A.D. Gibbons held the literacy night that was really incredible to see the families show up in support of reading. I had the opportunity to attend the Riviera PTC meeting, where you get to hear firsthand what's going on at the sites and what the needs are. I have also visited with teachers who have invited me to sit down with them to discuss the issues that they're facing in the classroom, and I will be attending classes as well for those who've extended an invitation. Soccer game on Friday for Gibbons and Muir schools. They were not victorious, but I still cheered. Go ahead.
I also wanted to mention that there's a meeting on the 17th for behavioral. November 17th, I wanted to make sure that the board is informed of, I'd like to know the attendance, the action items, and the outcome of what you guys discuss.
Thank you. Really quickly, I attended the inaugural State of Education at UC Merced with MUHSD, MCSD, Merced College, and who did I miss? UC Merced, yeah, all four educational institutions in our county coming together, actually talking about what does a preschool to terminal degree pipeline look like. We have the R1 Research University right here, like just a few miles from where we meet. And so I hope that these types of meetings actually produce like some action, some goals, so we can really look forward to having our students go from TK to get a terminal degree right in our backyard. Oh gosh, you know what, we're gonna extend the meeting. Like by 2 minutes, because she has to give her comments too. So is there a motion to? No. Is there a motion to it? What is?
So moved.
Is there a second motion to, what is the word I'm looking for?
Extend.
Extend the board meeting, or
Suspend
the bylaws. See that, okay, is there a motion to suspend bylaws?
Yes.
A motion by trustee Brooks, a second by trustee Zhang, all those in favor? Aye. Okay. I also attended, going back to my comments, attended the schoolyard rap performance at the theater on October 18th. Yes, I don't remember the date. It was better attended than last time, but not as much as I had expected, because when I left, it was about 328 members in attendance. I also attended the LCAP Community Forum at the Gracie School. And one of the things I thought, and I gave the feedback to Superintendent Stocking already, when they were talking about all these programs about ELOP and the community grant and the arts and music grant, the dollar amounts weren't presented, and I think it's really important that we tell community members, like, the ELOP program has $18 million. I think you will get a different type of response from the folks that are attending there when you actually give them a dollar amount. And I will echo the sentiments of my fellow board members. We have been hearing loud and clear about behavior issues, but this is not something that just happened. It's been going on for the last few years, and evacuating classrooms it just doesn't, again, make sense to me. And I think we heard some really good ideas today from a lot of people who were offering suggestions as to what we can do, like radios, right? Is it a simple solution? Like, what can we, like, I would like to see maybe some information now or another future board meeting about what would it involve? What is the current practice when something is going on? Is there a clear understanding of protocols to follow? I don't think we know. I don't think anybody else knows on this board, if I'm not mistaken. So I think it would maybe a presentation about, like, what happens when there's a behavior issue? How does it actually impact the classroom and the teaching? I would like to have a better understanding of that. When you evacuate a classroom, how long does it take for the room to be evacuated? When you come back, how long does it take for everybody to settle down? That type of information is probably good. And what suggestions and how presentation? I see some consensus, okay. And we had talked about this in the past. Again, I heard this teacher say today, like, classrooms built by Aries was not working. And before that, it was like the pink and blue slips. We had talked about that. There was, because the teachers who actually have to be in the classroom with the students know how to put together. So maybe like a presentation, like some information provided maybe first in the WOB about what you're hearing from teachers about how is Aries putting the classrooms working or not working? Like, what are you doing? Okay, like I am. Oh, I would like to have a presentation on how the GATE program is going on and Montessori.
Just all of them, just say all.
No, because, we have been talking a lot about our lowest performing students, but I also want to talk about what do we have to offer to students who want to excel. And yeah, so just a presentation, okay? And that's it.
Thank you. I'll keep mine brief this evening. Our Citizens Bond Oversight Committee has one vacancy. Please check our flyer that can be found on social media platforms. We have an $80 million bond with lots of incredible projects, so Bond Oversight Committee participation is crucial, and we have one committee member spot open. Please reach out to us so that we can add you to our committee. And then last, we have kicked off our anti-bullying campaign. I shared earlier in my presentation the 3 areas of focus. And to start, our school counselors are doing in-class presentations and hosted their first Coffee with a Counselor that was well attended with families. Thank you for all that you do, and we look forward to continue to share updates with our anti-bullying campaign. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Meeting is adjourned at 10:34. There you go.